Thank you for joining us this evening. This is the meeting of the Planning Committee. I am Councillor Ellis Brown and I shall be chairing this evening's meeting. I should be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor Van der Boer, and the professional officers. Thank you for attending. I'm aware that this is a lot of public interest in two items on the agenda this evening, the Gill and the land off Jackrell's Lane, both in South Water. May I remind members of the public this is not a forum for public to ask questions or challenge the points raised during debate by the officers or members of the committee. You must not engage with the members or call out during the meeting. If you have requested to speak, when invited to do so, please keep to your allotted time. Your comments and discussion points must be relevant to the application and the committee is considering. If you make comments that are not relevant, I may well intervene. Thank you. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so should you hear the alarm, please make your way to the nearest fire exit, which is located in the far corners of the chamber, and we meet outside the Lind Cross Public House. May I also ask council members and members of the public, please turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent. And remember to turn on your microphones when speaking and turn them off when you have completed your comments. I would also remind everyone here this evening to show respect to one another throughout the meeting. When members are voting, please make sure your arm is clearly raised so that we can accurately capture the vote. Before we proceed, could the officers here this evening please introduce themselves, starting with the officers on my right.
I'm Guy Everest, the applications team leader.
I'm Alice Johnson, the planning officer.
Emma Parks, the head of development and building control.
I'm Samantha Whitlock, planning solicitor.
Judy Carboni, democratic services officer.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any apologies for absence?
We have apologies for absence from Councillor Jane Mercer. Councillor Nigel Emery will be his substitute, and apologies from Councillor Sam Raby and Councillor Warwick Hellawell will be his substitutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are you able to hear us better now? Is that any better? Yeah.
Yeah, if members could speak closely to the microphone and clearly and concisely as well, that will help. Thank you very much. Minutes. Do we accept that these are a true reflection of the meeting held on the 3rd of June 2025? Yep. Agreed? Yeah. Agreed. Thank you very much. Declaration of members' interest. Councillor Vickers.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have two interests to declare. The first one is DC 241997, the Gill South Water. I have a personal and prejudicial interest in this application as I'm a South Water Parish Councillor who own the land and my granddaughter plays for the South Water Royals. I will not be taking part in this, this application. I will leave the room. I have a second declaration of interest, which is item 2 on the agenda. That's DC 240204. My interest is only personal, as I am a parish councillor for South Water and the parish council are speaking on that application, but I don't sit on the planning committee, so I will be taking part in that application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors want to become interested? Any other? Councillor Halliwell.
Item 9, that's in my ward. The tree order.
Okay, then that you won't be allowed to vote on that particular one. Thank you. Councillor Trollope, yes, thank you.
Similarly, the Jangers Mead camera application, I will not be voting.
Okay, do you have any other interests on that particular one?
No.
No. So you wish to speak on that one as well, though?
I will probably have a few words to say during the debate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other interests from members? No? Okay. Announcements from me. Well, we just heard that Councillor Vickers will leave the room on one of the items. Councillor Trollope will not be voting either on another item, and nor will the Vice Chair. The members will be, apologies.
Sorry, Chairman, I should have said I won't be voting on the second item on the agenda because it's in my ward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, we will be taking a short break, probably after the first item. And there will be sandwiches available for the members in the members' kitchen, the HDC kitchen area. There will be a short break, probably about 10 minutes. You should not engage with the members of the public during that break. Okay. For transparency and openness this evening, Councillor Jeffrey, who is a councillor for Southwater, will be speaking as a neighbouring ward councillor on agenda items 6 and 7. This is agreed at my discretion as chair of the committee and is consistent with section 3.5.1 of the councillor participation at meetings procedure rules as per the constitution. Thank you. Any items, any comments on appeals? No? Okay, we'll then move to the first agenda item, which is the application for the GIL, which is just one moment. Okay, thank you. So DC 241997, the GIL, Pevensey Road, Southwater. Please could the officer present the application to the committee? Thank you.
Since the committee report was published, an updated biodiversity net gain metric has been received, and the ecology consultee has confirmed that the amendments are suitable. Nature England have now also provided a comment on the application, confirming they have no objection, subject to appropriate mitigation being secured. 5 additional representations have also been received, objecting to the application. References have been made to children and human rights. I can confirm this has formed part of the recommendation in front of you. No other new material considerations have been raised that haven't otherwise been addressed in the report. The site is located within the fields adjacent to the GIL and Southwater, previously known as Southwater Leisure Centre. The multi-use games area, Muga, play area and bowling green are already present on site and are not proposed to be removed by the application. The site is within the built-up area boundary. The GIL, shown within the red circle, is accessible to the public. It is designated as a formal/informal sports area under policy SMP 7.1C of the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan. As you can see by the map, the Open Space Sports and Recreation Review identifies the application site as parks and garden space. Permission is sought for the construction of a new football 3G artificial turf pitch with fencing, floodlighting, associated hard and soft landscaping works, SUDs and infrastructure. The 3G pitch is shown as the larger pitch to the south, and a natural turf mini soccer pitch is proposed to the north. The existing open space possesses a managed character, reflecting its use for recreational and sport purposes. This slide includes a photo of the eastern boundary looking north and south, with the southern elevation identifying TPO trees. To the east of the site lies York Close. To the south of the site lies Little Bridges Close. And to the north, Walmer Close and Pevensey Road. A photo of the site in winter is also included on this slide. The field is edged with trees, with those on the southern boundary under a tree protection order. A further area of TPO trees lies within ancient woodland to the northwest of the site. Public footpath SOW/1678/5 runs alongside the eastern site boundary. A red circle has been placed around the gill. The South Water Neighbourhood Plan allocates the site as formal/informal sports area, as opposed to local community space or local green space. Six floodlights, circled in red, are proposed around the pitch. This image shows the different pitch configurations to allow for adult and junior games. This slide shows the distances between the pitch and the nearest properties to the east. A 3.5 metre high acoustic barrier is proposed to the eastern elevation and part of the northern elevation. This barrier's approximate location has been shown in orange on the plan. A 4.5 metre high twin bar fence is proposed around the perimeter of the pitch. Trackboard to help retain the pitch material is also proposed around the pitch to prevent the risk of microplastics entering the environment. Approximate spotlights have also been highlighted for section DD. A spectator area and a storage container are proposed to the western elevation of the pitch. This is a visual of the proposed development. This is the drainage plan showing the water would be captured, stored in an underground crate and discharged to the stream to the south at a controlled rate. It is accepted that the site was originally allocated to be public open space, playing fields, area for community users when constructed. However, this site has been specifically allocated within the South Water Neighbourhood Plan as being protected for formal/informal sports area. It is important to note that the site has not instead been allocated in the South Water Neighbourhood Plan as local green space or local community space. This allocation demonstrates the significance placed on its continued use and focus for informal/informal sports. The new 3G pitch would provide enhanced sporting facilities to the local people, providing a space that can be used continuously throughout the year, representing a more viable facility to meet local needs than the existing grass pitch. This benefit is considered to outweigh the loss of the open space for other users who otherwise have alternative recreational spaces a short distance away, as well as use of the remaining land at the site. Furthermore, South Water is identified within the current HD playing pitch strategy as a location for a 3G pitch. For the above reasons, the need for the pitches and improvements to the community provisions of the site are considered to outweigh the partial loss of open amenity land. The proposals are considered, therefore, to be in accordance with Policy SNP7 of the South Water Neighbourhood Plan, Policy 43 of the Horsham District Planning Framework and the NPPF. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report. Please be advised that the recommendation shown on the slide also includes the following additional condition, requiring the submission of a noise management plan prior to the use of the pitch commencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just put that back on the pre-commencement condition back on the screen?
Preoccupation.
Preoccupation, apology. The other members, can you read that? See that okay? Okay, move on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now call upon the first public speaker. Yeah, okay. Apologies. Just make a statement from the lawyer. Thank you.
Hello, I'm the planning solicitor here today. I've got a statement I'm going to read out because obviously there's high feelings, aren't there? The decision makers today are only entitled to consider material planning considerations. And material planning considerations are matters which are relevant to the planning decision in question. Some material considerations are statutory, and some have been identified by the courts in case law. Some examples of material planning considerations include, but are not limited to, design, appearance and materials, traffic and noise, parking, government policy, overlooking or loss of privacy, neighbourhood development plans or national policy. There are certain matters which are not material planning considerations, and the court has indicated that they shouldn't be considered when making these sorts of decisions. And they include, but are not limited to, the devaluation of property, the loss of a view, the breach of a restrictive covenant. This is a private law matter and it's not about planning, and whether or not the applicant owns the site. Speakers are asked to confine their comments to matters that are relevant material planning considerations. It is understood that this matter is contentious and there are very strong feelings on both sides, but speakers are reminded that there is no privilege here, and anyone making defamatory or potentially defamatory comments will be asked to stop speaking and to leave the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the first public speaker. That's Chris Woodrow. And remind you that you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Chairman. I object to this proposal based on the following issues. The number one, traffic. So the applicant's traffic survey claims sufficient car park capacity as per policies 1441 of the HDPF and SMP4 of the neighbourhood plan. However, this site serves an expanding gymnastics club, a popular gym, and a growing bowls club. Current parking only works by segregating users to specific car parks, a detail that's submitted. During events for any single use, the car parks reach capacity. The applicant chose not to do a survey during this time. Any future occupier of the site has no obligation to adhere to segregated parking. The survey's assumption that all spaces available for the 3G pitch drastically overstates capacity and will push parking into surrounding residential streets. By misrepresenting the available parking, the applicant endangers children who play in these quiet cul-de-sacs. How long until a child is run over by someone rushing to park because they cannot find a space at the gill? Secondly, need for a 3G pitch. So as mentioned, the playing pitch strategy is quite clear on the guidance for both the Gill and Southwater Sports Club. For the Gill, it says improve pitch maintenance, and for Southwater Sports Club, it identifies it as a potential location for the 3G pitch. Therefore, the playing pitch strategy does not support a 3G pitch to the Gill. Next, loss of open space. So section 6.24 of the report suggests the country park in Downs Link, 300 metres south, offer suitable alternatives for recreation. However, these are not equivalent to a large flat grass field. Much of the country park is lake with minimal flat areas. The Downs Link is a long-distance trail, also unsuitable for informal sports or for young children or those with additional needs to safely enjoy open green space away from a variety of traffic. With the retained grass pitch marked as a formal football pitch, there's also no guarantee it won't be monopolised for formal sports. A 3G pitch's high cost of £100 plus an hour will likely push those unwilling to pay onto the retained space, removing its community use. Also, residents north of Cedar Drive, which is approximately 40% of the village, are about 1.2 kilometres from the country park in the Downs Link, not 300 metres. Southwater already struggles to meet the doorstep green space standard of 0.5 hectare within 200 metres, and removing this space exacerbates the issue for northern residents. Again, the applicants, being Southwater Parish councillors, are aware of this deficit but choose to push ahead, depriving those they represent of green space. Lastly, the neighbourhood plans. So significant weight is given to the neighbourhood plans, formal and informal designation of the playing field, originally covenanted as public open space. This reduces protection compared to other green space designated areas in Southwater. The report claims that allocation demonstrates significance placed in its continued use and focus for formal and informal sport. However, the area is primarily public open space, with formal use limited to weekday evenings and weekends during the football season. Freedom of Information requests revealed 3G pitch planning began in January 2020 before the neighbourhood plan was made in 2021. Therefore, the architects of the neighbourhood plan are also applicants to this 3G pitch development, and therefore the open space designation coincides with the same time as developing a 3G pitch. So the formal and informal sports designation. So the committee must consider this conflict of interest when judging the neighbourhood plan's weight and relevance. So in conclusion, this development harms immediate neighbours and the wider village by denying access to a safe, accessible green space while increasing noise and endangering residents with increased traffic and parking, and is incompatible with both the neighbourhood plan and the Horsham District Planning Framework.
Thank you. Okay, Mark Newman, please. Mark Newman? And you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Since 2019, Southall has been home to me and my family. We were drawn here by its peacefulness, a safe, quiet and welcoming community. But on football weekends, the tone changes. Grown men shouting and swearing echo across the field. Noise levels reaching over 75 decibels, just meters from children's bedrooms. Still, we accepted it and it was manageable. A few hours a week, part of a shared space. But this proposal is something else entirely. A large artificial pitch in use up to 60 hours a week, bringing relentless noise day and evening with no off-season into the heart of a quiet residential area. This fills me with anxiety. I imagine not being able to open my windows or patio doors without hearing a constant thud of balls against fencing. But more than anything, I feel upset for my 7-year-old autistic son, James. He already struggles with loud, unpredictable noises. Often he can't go outside without ear defenders. When startled, he becomes distressed, agitated, and lashes out through no fault of his own. If this pitch goes ahead, that distress could become our daily norm. This isn't just about inconvenience, it's about the well-being of children, not just mine, but others in similar situations. I was shocked to read that the Equality Impact Assessment wasn't deemed necessary and that Articles 1 and 8 of the Human Rights Act supposedly don't apply. Residents have funded an independent legal assessment which determines with precedence that this would indeed breach the Human Rights Act and could form the basis of any legal review. There are also serious environmental concerns. The planning report acknowledges a net loss of 1.91 biodiversity units with an extra 2.3 thousand litres of water used per day in a district already under water stress. This isn't environmentally sound and is certainly not water neutral. We're told this can be offset with purchased credits, but what message does that sound? Southwater Parish Council has rejected other plans over water neutrality. Yet now, with 3 councillors acting as applicants or trustees, public money will be used to bypass the very rules they've enforced on others. This is not leadership, it's hypocrisy. Similar issues apply in the neighbourhood plan. This field is listed as SNP 7.1 as formal informal sports area. SNP 7.2 and 7.3 state that this space will not be built on unless the following. An assessment has been undertaken which clearly shows the open space, buildings or land is surplus to requirements. B, the loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provisions in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. And 3, where development is allowed on formal, informal areas, the development should not result in unacceptable impacts on the surrounding environment and amenity of nearby properties. Where is this assessment showing that the area is surplus to requirement when the majority would be set to lose out? The country park is not a suitable alternative location. Of course, this would cause harm to nearby properties. If the plan was applied as written, this development would not be approved. I urge this committee to think beyond short-term gains and consider the long-term consequences for residents, families, our environment and the public's trust in fair decision-making. Please listen to all voices and protect this precious community space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Graham Froud, please. Roger, apologies, Roger Froud, I do apologise. Typo on my paperwork, apologies. You have 3 minutes.
Is that on? Yes. A 3G pitch at the Gill would make the worst possible use of that space. Young families, retirees and home workers would be denied daytime access to the field they love, while those it's reserved for are mostly in work, college or school. Working families would later return home to whistles and shouts all evening, every evening. The fragile economics of 3G pitches hinge on them being hard as much as possible, mainly in the evenings. This is in direct conflict with the peace and quiet that residents currently enjoy. Many residents have moved next to the field, knowing that the football is occasionally played there. It's fair and reasonable. However, it's not reasonable if it happens every day, late into the evening and all day at weekends when everyone's at home. The acoustic report provided by the applicant significantly plays down the extent of the nuisance and proposes an ineffectual remedy in the form of an acoustic barrier. The HDC's own officers point out the real impact of whistles and shouts, which would far exceed the recommended WHO levels. The Gill is a green open space, gifted to the community by the Piper family for general purpose use. It just happens to have a football pitch marked on it. Drainage on the field is very poor, and the community, including footballers, would benefit from that being improved. This reckless plan puts the future of the Gill in doubt. Even if completed, it's unlikely to make enough money to replace it when it's worn out. The hundreds of objections explain why the field is so important to us. Please read them. There's no balance in this proposal. Residents lose their field and have to live with the incessant noise and winter lights, while the football minority, who mostly don't live here, get all the benefits. The subversive way this proposal has been nurtured by a few individuals with little to no discussion or consultation is frankly shocking. Residents are appalled at the harm this would cause, especially for those living in its shadow. Parish councils have a duty to protect green space for everyone, and this does the exact opposite. I urge you to reject this disastrous and inappropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Graham Watkins, Chairman of the Guild's CIO. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members, for allowing me to speak in support of this application, DC 241997. I'm representing Southwater Guild CIO in the capacity of Chairman and Trustee of the charity. The area concerned was handed over to Horsham District Council in pursuant to Section 124 of the Local Government Act 1972, which you should note, public open space, is just part of the permitted use and transferred to the current owners in 1986. It has been used and managed for playing fields in accordance with the transfer documents and committee report from 1986. Additional use on Sundays was approved in 1990, and the multi-user games area was added in 2013. This is an enclosed, gated area with floodlights, and it was a delegated decision as there were only 2 objections, and it complied with the Horsham District Local Plan. The public open space on this land relates to Section 20 of the Open Spaces Act 1906, and is defined as any land, whether enclosed or not, on which there are no buildings and which can be used for recreational purposes. The area has been used for playing football for nearly 30 years without any restrictions to times of use or noise levels. We are happy to comply with the additional controls now being imposed within the planning report. The 3G pitch is a natural progression due to the inability to use the natural grass surface due to adverse weather conditions. Over 40% of the usable time has been lost due to the inability to use this pitch. Furthermore, and importantly, the Horsham District Council Infrastructure Delivery Plan, dated July 2024, on pages 39 and 45, identified the Gill football pitch as a suitable area for 3G pitch, and Section 106 and community infrastructure monies are available for this provision. The all-weather pitch is capable of better and more consistent use than at present to serve the community with outdoor sporting and recreational facilities. It will also be able to be used for non-sporting and recreational facilities during other times. The top natural grass pitch will remain and can be accessed around the artificial pitch or from the top car park via Pevensey Road. There are restrictions on the hours in which this service can be used and will be rigorously regulated by the Guild CIO to comply with planning conditions. The application has raised a number of objections from a relatively small part of the community, with over 130 objections from 30 properties in York Close alone and 350 properties.
Excuse me, sorry, if I mentioned at the start, please do not call out. Thank you.
A total of 350 properties out of a housing base of 5,000, 7% of the households in Southwater, all which have been considered in detail by the planning officers who still recommended approval. A lot of time has been taken by the officers in coming to this decision, over 6 months in total, and I urge the committee to agree with the officers and approve this application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Andy New, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today, I want to share the remarkable impact of adult grassroots football in England, as highlighted in the 2019 Football Association report, the social and economic value of adults grassroots football in England. This report, the first of its kind for the FA, reveals how this beloved sport transforms lives and strengthens our economy and well-being. I'd like to share with you 3 very powerful reasons why grassroots football is a cornerstone of our society. Firstly, grassroots football is more than a game. It's a powerful force for good, and it's an economic powerhouse. The FA study, based on a survey of nearly 9,000 participants, found that adult grassroots football contributes a staggering £10.8 billion annually to the UK economy. Of this, £2.1 billion comes from direct economic activity. Think about the local spending on equipment, kit, pitch hires, travelling to matches. Grassroots football isn't a game, it's a driver of local economies, creating jobs and supporting businesses across the country. Second, it delivers profound health and well-being benefits. The report shows that grassroots football saves the NHS £43.5 million each year by reducing GP visits through improved physical and mental health. Players report higher levels of happiness, confidence and trust compared to those who don't play sports. For lower income groups especially, football, it offers a lifeline, boosting health and self-esteem in ways that ripple through communities. Beyond the physical, it fosters teamwork, discipline and resilience, helping players, especially young people, develop life skills that extend far beyond the pitch. Football also unites communities, bringing together people of all ages, all backgrounds and abilities to share in the joy of sport. With 1.77 billion hours of social interaction annually, football fosters connections that combat loneliness and build stronger, more resilient communities. It's not just exercise, it's a pathway to better lives. Finally, grassroots football is a force for social inclusion and opportunity. The FA's findings highlight how the sport is evolving, and with rising female participation and new formats making it more accessible, it brings people together across more diverse backgrounds, bridges disabilities, fostering trust and social bonds of any person of any age. Despite challenges like poor pitch quality, 1 in 3 pitches nationally is inadequate. The Sussex FA has confirmed that even in Southwater, there is still more 3G pitch provision required in addition to this application. By approving this application in this wonderful grassroots facility, you'll be investing in a more inclusive, connected community where everyone has a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now invite Michael Neal, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you and the committee for allowing me to speak. I'm the Treasurer of the Guild CIO. I'd like to give you some history about the Guild CIO and the Guild itself, formerly Southwater Leisure Centre. The Guild was operated in 2020 and before by the Parish Council, making a loss of about £160,000 a year. The charity was formed in 2020 with the aim to operate the Guild and the Laureate building. It was our intention to increase the facilities provided for the residents of Southwater and the surrounding area and provide stability for the CIO. A licence agreement was signed in 2020 with the Parish Council to operate the buildings. I would like to add that when we started, just after signing, there was COVID, which did put us on the back foot from the word go. However, football continued, but with limitations. During the formation of the CIO, the initial business plan presented to the Charity Commission and the Parish Council included an all-weather pitch. The reason for the inclusion of the all-weather pitch in our objectives was because there was a shortage of these facilities in the area, and with the increase in people, young and old, playing football, along with the difficulties of playing on the existing ground. This is evident during the winter due to the ground being unplayable as it becomes waterlogged. The teams then having to find a suitable field outside Southwater area. Some teams have had to move their matches to Worthing. In June 2021, the CIO made an application to HDC that we had an intention to claim available in the money in a Section 106 agreement for the all-weather pitch. We received acknowledgement from HDC that the intended use of the S106 money highlighted by us was acceptable, subject to planning permission. We have gone out to various companies for quotes to build and get us to this position, and a company was selected in 2021 to carry out the works for the planning application. The CIO believes that an all-weather pitch will be a valuable asset to Southwater and the surrounding area by providing a playing surface that can be used all year round. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before I invite neighbouring ward councillor to speak, I will ask the officers to respond to some of the comments that we've heard so far from the public speakers. Thank you.
It's fully acknowledged that people use the site as open recreational space, and this has been considered in the report and in the planning balance. Users will still be able to walk around the pitch and use the site. A community use agreement has also been secured by condition. The neighbourhood plan allocates the site for sports. The report carefully balances the loss, but also recognises there's open space within a short walking distance of the site. In regards to water neutrality, a precautionary approach has been taken to assess the irrigation of the existing grass pitches, and that has been decided to be nil as a precautionary approach. The site is eligible for joining the emerging strategic snow scheme, thus addressing water neutrality. A pre-commencement condition would require the development to join the district-wide snow scheme or to submit an alternative site-specific water neutrality scheme. This is considered a suitable approach to us. Turning to highways, the highways officer's most recent comment has raised no objection to the proposal, following the provision of additional traffic data and the analysis of parking demand and trip generation. The proposal will be subject to conditions recommended by the Environmental Health Officer. Most notably, this includes a use restriction of the site for times to help manage.
Anything on noise?
A noise management plan has been recommended.
Before I refer to my legal colleague in terms of the human rights comments, I just want to mention the references to Section 106 and SIL money. Probably members will be aware there may be Section 106 or community infrastructure levy available for community projects, but that doesn't prejudice any committee process. So no decisions in terms of the committee process have been made as an outcome of that. And obviously any grant funding that may be available would be subject to permission being granted. And obviously that's what we're here to consider today. I'll just refer to my legal colleague. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Just picking up on the human rights point that one of the speakers made. Article 8 of the Human Rights Act is a material planning consideration. Article 3.1 of the UN Convention on Rights of a Child is also engaged here. These rights do apply to planning decisions. Article 3.1 says in all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, courts of law, administrative authorities such as the council or legislative body, the best interests of the child shall be a primary consideration. Case law tells us that the best interests of the child are not determinative, nor are they paramount. The best interests of the child are a primary consideration and not the primary consideration. So the best interests of the child should always be at the forefront of the decision maker's mind. However, they may be outweighed by other considerations pointing more strongly in another direction. And it will be up to the decision maker to decide how much weight to attach to those considerations. The planning practice guidance says that local authorities need to take into account children's best interests when determining planning applications, and decision makers need to consider whether those interests are relevant to any planning issue under consideration. And in doing so, local authorities will want to ensure their approach is proportionate. My understanding is that the officer's view is that Article 8 and Article 3.1 are engaged, but that the officers consider the proposal would not be contrary to either the provisions because the harm, such that it is, can be addressed by the imposition of conditions. Following on from that, do you want me to cover the public sector equality? Yeah, okay, thanks. Another point raised by one of the speakers was the lack of a formal equality impact assessment, or also known as an equality survey. The council is not under a duty to carry out a formal equality impact assessment. It must discharge the public sector equality duty under section 149 of the Equality Act 2010. So it needs to make an assessment. And that means that the authority must have due regard to equality's considerations, so protected characteristics, including disability, when exercising their functions. Again, the duty does not dictate a particular outcome. The duty should be applied in a proportionate way, and it's for the decision maker to decide how much weight should be given to the various factors informing the decision. Responsibility for complying with the general duty falls on the decision maker, so you must understand what work has been carried out to comply with the duty. And in that regard, I see from the report that consideration has been given to the fact that the application makes particular provision for new accessible steps and a ramp at the new pitch at paragraph 1.9. And the officer's report has considered also paragraph 96C of the MPPF at paragraph 6.10, and also the need for the pitch, and has considered the loss of open space at 6.21. So an assessment has been carried out, and it's the view of officers that the duty has been discharged. Thank you.
Thank you. Now call Councillor Alex Jeffrey, neighbouring ward councillor. And you have 5 minutes, councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm an avid football fan, having been a season ticket holder for the team I support for several years. I'm fully behind ensuring adequate footballing provision in the village. Both clubs in Southwater are suffering from a lack of pitch provision which does need addressing. Southwater is identified within the current HDC playing pitch strategy as a location for a 3G pitch, with the council's aim commendable in ensuring that access to these all-year-round facilities is expanded outside of the main town itself. However, my concern lies in the loss of green space currently designated as parks and gardens, of which many of us were elected to preserve. This is referenced by the Leisure and Culture team, who also state that Southwater is already deficient in open space provision, with this proposal removing further public open space from an already depleted area. Southwater is unique in the sense that, unlike similar villages across the district, there is little provision for public open space, with the country park, whilst an asset, does not cater to the same needs. If this space is lost, it is lost to the community forever, with no obvious alternative provision. The strength of feeling is underlined with 517 objections lodged by the public. Furthermore, it could be argued that this proposal would not be inclusive of the wider community, who currently have free access to the current pitch when not being used for club training sessions or games. Under these proposals, the 3G pitch would be fenced off and therefore inaccessible for the public without prior booking, which could prove difficult if required for training and games most evenings and weekends. Whilst the booking system for the pitch would, in theory, be open to all, the difficulty in this argument is that it would prove extremely difficult for those not part of existing clubs to make use of the facility if block booked most evenings and weekends. Overall, Southwater is a wealthy area. However, within the community lie hidden pockets of deprivation. It could be argued that as users would be charged for use of the pitch, this could result in low-income families in the village being deprived of any footballing provision in the village unless a member of a club, curtailing its use by members of the community that cannot afford higher charges from taking part in casual recreational sporting activities. In addition, it could be argued that the proposal contravenes the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan Policy 7.1, listing the Southwater Leisure Centre, now known as the Gill, as open space. It could be argued that enclosing the current grass football pitch is in direct contradiction with the neighbourhood plan, which was voted on by the people of Southwater, which earmarks this space as open space accessible to the public for recreational purposes. This argument is further supported by Policy 7.3, which clearly states that planning policies and decisions should ensure that they aim to address planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places which promote social interaction, including opportunities for meeting between people who might have otherwise come into contact with each other, for example through the use of clear and legible pedestrian routes and high quality public space, which encourage the active and continued use of public areas and enable and support healthy lifestyles, especially where this would address identified local health and well-being needs, for example, through the provision of safe and accessible green infrastructure and sports facilities. It could be argued that by fencing off and restricting the proposed site to bookings only, this proposal falls short of Policy 7.3 to be compliant with current neighbourhood plan policies. In summary, I understand the urgent need for increased pitch provision in Southwater and agree this is something that needs to be explored further and faster to meet pressing need. However, I do not believe that it should come at the expense of the community in removing the only area of public open space Southwater could refer to as a de facto village green. I am overall supportive of the Council's ambitions to expand 3G pitch availability and believe that Southwater would benefit from this. It is clear it is the right idea, however simply the wrong location. Weighing this up, I urge the committee to refuse permission this evening to ensure the continued protection of this public open space for all residents of Southwater to continue to benefit from. Thank
you. Okay, thank you very much.
Just one thing, Chairman. I just want to bring up the neighbourhood plan policy that my colleague's just going to bring up on the screen. So you'll see the particular wording there that says are designated as formal informal sports area, and obviously we've got this particular site listed there. So I think that policy does have significant weight in decision making in terms of its designation of informal or formal sports areas. So I think we need to be mindful of the planning policy context here. We recognise the site at the moment is used for other purposes, and the report discusses that. But obviously this is a made neighbourhood plan that's gone through an independent inspector and subject to referendum. So we do need to recognise that policy context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open the debate to the members of the Council, the committee, and I will start with Peter van der Boer. And then I will come with Councillor Tribe and Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to just revisit the last application, 3G application that came to committee, because I think it introduces one or two aspects to the committee in our decision making that are not covered by some of the other literature that we've seen. So the history, some of you weren't on the Northern Planning Committee at that time. The history basically was YMCA came to the committee seeking approval for a 3G pitch. The officers recommended refusal of that because there was a tree, a threatened tree. We deferred the decision on two accounts. One was to see if we could improve the retaining wall that was going to impact the root system of the tree. And the other thing we did was we wanted to see the financials of the application because they were seeking the 3G pitch to improve their financial position. It then came back to committee, and we had an opportunity to scrutinise their financials, and we had an opportunity, and they presented to us an alternative mechanism. The officers again suggested we should refuse because it didn't meet the wholly exceptional circumstances that they believed it should have, and we went against their recommendation and approved the YMCA 3G pitch. It was then appealed by a resident and a resident group seeking judicial review. And it went to an inspector, and the inspector reviewed the application, and obviously the judicial review is really about our decision-making process rather than the content. They found that we had been perfectly correct and within our means to request for the financial information so that we could assess the validity of the application and therefore the impact on the tree and whether whether it did indeed deal with the wholly exceptional circumstances. Could we use those as wholly exceptional circumstances? And the inspector dismissed the appeal and agreed with us that there were wholly exceptional circumstances, and we had gone about the process appropriately by understanding the validity of it, the financial validity of it, and its impact on the tree. So what's missing here is the financial information for this application. We have absolutely no idea what the implication is for this. Now, this can be broken down now, and this is why I would like to be part of the conversation this evening. You can break this down into three elements. The first one is community. All through the paperwork here, we see the word community. Well, we have no idea who's going to use the pitch. Is it going to be just the Royals? Are they going to get it for free? Are they going to pay? Are they going to charge the school? Are they going to charge Southwater Football Club or exorbitant amounts of money so that they can use it? We just don't know. We have absolutely no idea. So community is not really part of what we can understand for this proposal. Is my first point. Second point, when we were at the briefing the other day, one of the members asked the officers, what about if we were to screw the times back to 7 o'clock? Can we further enforce the conditions if we are uncomfortable with 8 o'clock, for example? And the response was, well, it depends if it's viable. Well, how do we know if it's viable? We have seen no financials. Yeah? We need to see the financials if we're going to know what's viable. Otherwise, the most serious point is it'll come back because it's not viable, and they'll be looking to extend it 9, 10 o'clock. It was 10 o'clock in the original application. And I'm afraid you either end up, if it's not viable, you either end up with a white elephant, or you end up with residents being seriously impacted because of the things already built. And I would like to point out, as I finish, just to introduce the conversation, precondition, here we have a preoccupation condition 19. Use of the development shall not commence until a community approved in writing, use of agreement prepared in consultation with Sport England has been submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority, and a copy of the completed approved agreement has been provided to the LPA. The agreement shall apply to 3G and ancillary facilities and include details on pricing policy, hours of use, access of non-club members, management responsibilities, mechanisms for review. Why is that a preoccupation? The pitch is built. And then we're going to learn about those things? No. This either has to be a pre-commencement condition at the very latest, or I would argue a predetermination condition. And I would ask you to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trollope.
Chair. Too much. Last weekend, I decided to do my own little site visit. I live in Billingshurst, so I'm not that overly familiar with Southwater, and I couldn't picture the field in my mind despite the numerous photographs I've seen of it. So I got on my bicycle and I cycled over, and as I was cycling over, I saw this big field of people playing cricket. So I decided to go have a little visit there just to see if there was any other viable alternative, not knowing Southwater that well. And I met, by pure coincidence, Neil Garding, the chairman of the Southwater Sports Club. And he was telling me of plans that they had to purchase, or not to purchase, but to be given land near Bax Castle for the express purpose of a 3G pitch. And I just don't understand why that's not been part of this conversation. Obviously, Southwater needs a 3G pitch. I understand the benefits of it. I did attend. I'm not a football fan myself. I grew up in the wrong country for that. But I did attend a fascinating tour of Horsham Football Club's stadium, and I see how good they are and the benefits that they bring, and I understand the community that is built. I definitely saw a really good community of people at the Southwater Sports Club, and for me, it seems like perhaps we could have our cake and eat it. Southwater needs a 3G pitch. Councillor Alex, forgotten his last name, Jeffries, sorry, did talk about it being the right idea, but in the wrong place. And I kind of have that feeling myself. This is just the wrong location. And that there is a potential alternative. And I don't know, along with Councillor Vandenberg's concerns about there not being a decent enough or adequate review of the finances, perhaps this decision just needs to be deferred and thought about more. I'm not suggesting that as a vote at this time. I'd rather we have further debate on the matter, but perhaps we come back to that and just have that as in our thoughts as we debate this. Is it the right time and the right place? Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Councillor Blackburn, the officers are going to respond to the comments they've heard.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. Obviously, Councillor Vandenberg recalls the application for a 3G pitch, which I also recall because I was there. I would say whilst it was a 3G pitch, and so there are similarities, fundamentally it was a different assessment in terms of the need for viability information, and there's specific provisions within the National Planning Policy Framework which talk about the impacts on irreplaceable habitats, which in this case was an ancient and veteran tree, and how therefore you have to have a wholly exceptional reason to grant it. And the long-term viability of the club was something members were grappling with in terms of that wholly exceptional test. So I think whilst there are clear similarities and that they are both a 3D pitch, that I just want us to recognise there was a very different reason why members went down that route for that particular application. In terms of Councillor Trollope's point on site assessments, there is no requirement to do a site assessment of alternative sites for this application. We are considering whether this site is acceptable here or not. We are not considering whether it's preferable to have it somewhere else. So, is this proposal acceptable here or not? And that's your key consideration here today, members. Thank you.
Councillor Blackburn, yes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, officers. And I've taken on board the advice we've been given about material considerations being the most important aspect here. And also this clarification you've put on here for us regarding the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan, Policy Point 7.1, where it refers to formal/informal sports area. Well, I would suggest that, and certainly within my opinion, what is already there is an informal sports area, so it's equally valid in this case. I just want to talk about specifically loss of amenity for Southwater residents. The Horsham District Council's environmental health officers have commented at length in our papers. They refer no less than 4 times to a significant change in the character of the locality, either from noise, whistles, shouting, ball strikes and so on, or lighting. And there are at least 3 references to, and I quote, the immediate proximity of residential properties. So they're not saying that the properties are nearby or they're close, they're saying they're in immediate proximity. To balance this, the team suggests, or the environmental health officers suggest, a limit to the hours of usage to 8 p.m. at the latest. Now, this is my first clarification I need from officers, actually. It might be slightly moving away from that, but later on in the same document, at paragraph 6.47, there is advice to applicants to plan to change the conditions should they later find that the noise does not constitute an unacceptable degree of harm. Now, I find that to be at odds with a lengthy clarification from environmental health officers that those conditions are in fact necessary and that the pitch represents a significant change and has a significant impact. Particularly, officers mention if the bedrooms of homes in the immediate proximity are used for children. So why are we already suggesting in the same document this might not be the case? And what evidence might be used to reopen that whole scenario, but far too late, actually, because it would be already built then. And it's probably on my mind because we do in Southwater already have quite a few enforcement issues with organisations not keeping to the conditional hours of operation. And then connected with those points, I'd like to echo Councillor Vanderborg's points regarding the viability of the proposal. So when the proposal was initially flouted, or when the application was initially proposed, the opening hours or the hours of usage would go till 10 p.m. Now we're discussing 8 p.m. at the latest, and that was 10 p.m. several times a week. Now we're talking 8 p.m. at the latest. Well, surely that will have an impact on financial viability. And financial viability is very important because its success or failure, if it is built, will have an impact on the village, for sure. So I'd just like to get your comments on that. Then moving on to comments by HDC Leisure and Culture, the team there points out that the 3G pitch is only gained for the community by losing from the same community almost 2 acres of well-used green space. And the village is officially recognised as being as deficient in green space as it is in 3G pitches. So essentially, at present, there is a field that's already used for ball games, other games, events, general amenity, just taking a walk or playing tag or training your dog or whatever. And it is well used and available for everyone at all times and free of charge, I believe, whereas the new 3G pitch will be available only at certain times to some people for a fee. And it's not really the same to say residents can just walk around it, I don't believe. So I'd love to hear what you think about the reasoning for that swap. I don't think it's a fair swap, actually, and I think that all of these points point to a significant loss of amenity to residents. Just see if that, yeah, that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Firstly, in terms of paragraph 6.47, in terms of it being open to the applicant to come in, it's open, that's the same for any case. You agree a permission with a set of parameters on it. The applicant has a right to come in to seek to amend that. Doesn't mean that we're going to accept it, but they do have a right to come in. And obviously, if something was operating with no complaints and everybody was happy, that might be a case where you would allow it. but you may not. There may be very good reasons why you wouldn't allow it. So it's open to them to seek to demonstrate to come in with a different operating hours. That's not what's being proposed as part of this application, and that is the case across the board with any proposal. It's an option open to them, and we couldn't prevent that from happening.
Do you mind if I just clarify something on that then? Is there a set procedure for doing that or not?
Usually it will be a Section 78 application, so it's amendment to condition application. So yes, there is, but it's a formal.
But is there a procedure to working out whether?
It would be the same. It's essentially a new planning application.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then in terms of the viability, I think there is no requirement. Going back to what I said about the difference between the application in Horsham, there's no requirement here for a viability assessment. You know, we have to recognise if you limit the hours so much, that might have an impact on viability. But ultimately, you know, as decision makers, through the Office of Recommendation and members, you have to consider what conditions and hours of operation, if you're minded to approve, are appropriate in terms of neighbour impact. That rests with you, members. So, you know, there may be an impact on viability, but obviously, as you said, we haven't got anything before us. So really, it's a judgment as to what you consider that impact was. Obviously, it came in for certain hours. Officers, you know, in consultation with our environmental health officers, have considered that's not appropriate and have put alternative hours on the proposal. And that is our recommendation in terms of, you know, our view on what therefore is an acceptable impact on amenity, recognising that is a matter of judgment. In terms of open space, as I said, you mentioned the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan. Recognise it says informal, so there is a difference between the two. But you know, that does have significant weight. And you know, it is a balance, as the officer's report set out. Clearly, there is a loss of some kind of informal open space that local residents use. That weighs against the scheme. Officers' view is there is other available space within a short distance, but again, whether that's appropriate is a matter of planning judgment. And then obviously you have to weigh in favour in terms of the benefits the 3G pitch brings, the increased level of activity and sport able to be played there on a yearly basis. And we've heard in terms of the issues, which is a national issue, in terms of the quality of pitches and the inability to play for significant portions of the years. And obviously that weighs in favour of the scheme. So there is a real balance here of various matters that you need to weigh up as part of your decision making. Thank you.
Chair, may I just come back on one question?
Yes.
Then just regarding the shortage of 3G pitches that there is, and certainly, you know, football clubs and all of that, you know, it is important for health and social benefits. But there is a developer already engaged with Southwater. Is any consideration given to what the amenities that developer aims to provide?
In short, no. It's not an allocation. It's not on the table. It's not been approved.
Okay.
So, you know, I would suggest that carries very little, if any, weight in decision making.
Okay. Thank you.
I come to Councillor Trott first, then Councillor Carr afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think, as the head of development just said, it is a question of balance. There are pros and cons with all of this, and I can see the pros being, you know, the increased local amenity, the improved facilities for the local clubs, promotion of sport in the local area. However, I do have a degree of concern about the noise aspect, and I note that the police have also flagged that, and the implementation of a noise management plan. I'd love to see how that worked in practice, because I think you'd struggle to actually implement that. Also, I realise that there's been an environmental assessment done, but it just slightly go against the grain in this day and age. To replace grass with plastic. I appreciate there's been an assessment done. A loss of open space to the local community, I think it is a pertinent point. And fencing it in, restricting its use, particularly in a time when we're having cost of living issues. So we're saying that you can't go and kick your football around there unless you pay this amount of money, if that's even possible, because we don't know what the how the restrictions will work. And I was also slightly bothered by one of the comments from one of the speakers about the fact that this only affects 7% of the community. That's quite a large chunk, isn't it? Yeah, so I am still waiting to hear definitive arguments either way on this one, and I am still, much as Head of Development says, in the balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of questions. Under paragraph 3.2, final comments from the Arboricultural Officer, do I presume that condition 7 addresses the issues that he raises in that paragraph to start off with?
Yes, condition 7 secures an arboricultural method statement.
If I may, Chairman. Item 3.3, there's a summary there about the loss of habitat and created habitat. The question seems to be open in there. So my question is, has this been done? Has this been carried out? Because it's not been covered, unless I've misunderstood the point.
We don't have a paragraph 3.3, Councillor Clark. What paragraph was it you're referring to?
The HDC Ecology BNG no objection report, in it states that about the trees and about the total lost habitat and the balance of the lost with build up.
The BNG officer has confirmed that they are happy with the amended plans.
Thank you. My last question is a point. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this, but when I look at the hours of operation, Mondays to Thursdays, 9 till 8. Okay, I can understand that. But then Fridays is different. I mean, Saturdays is different, and Sunday and bank holiday should be less anyway because of holidays. My only concern about I have a concern about the hours of operation and the way this is put together as a passing comment. Thank you, Chairman.
Just to say, Councillor Clark, Chairman, you know, it is open to members to consider those hours as part of your decision making and whether you think they are appropriate. Officers have made a recommendation. Obviously, that has reduced the hours from what the initial proposal has. But you know, you need to be reasonable in your decision making. But it is open to you to consider those hours. Thank you.
Councillor Franklin first, then Councillor Croker, and then Councillor Trollope. Thank you, Councillor Franklin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think that the Head of Development and Councillor Blackburn and Councillor Todd have identified that this balance between the amenity for the residents is the thing that one of the key factors that we need to assess, and that's the one that's certainly on my mind. I am very lucky to live in Trafalgar Ward and have done for 25 years whilst my children were growing up, and anyone who knows Trafalgar Ward will know there's a quite similar area to this right in the middle of all the housing. We call it the Rec, and it is the most fantastic facility. It doesn't have many facilities. There's a cricket pitch and there's a clubhouse, but most of it is free open green space where people go with their children, the children go on their own, teenagers will hang out and probably drink their cans of lager, and that's what people do in green open spaces. And so I really connect with how valuable the space in Southwater might be for a large number of residents. So for me, trying to get the balance between that amenity and really how much amenity this new facility would provide to the residents of Southwater is where I'm trying to understand. I'm not hearing that the fenced off new field or football field would have an enormous amenity to large numbers of residents of Southwater. I haven't heard that. I have also heard that amenity or decision making that might harm children is an important factor. If I heard that correctly, I'm not suggesting that building this would be harmful to children, but having an amenity that is currently very beneficial to children just by being there, and having that removed, I think would have a detrimental impact, in my opinion. I think that's it. I would appreciate any further advice, either from legal or head of development, about how important this balance of amenity is in coming to a decision. And if any other speakers have got data really on how many people might use the new facility versus how many people are currently using it, that would be very helpful to me. Maybe we haven't got that, but it would be useful information to have if we did.
Thank you. Councillor Franklin.
But just it's tricky to read out in detail now, but there is a detailed statement as part of the design and access statement, which was submitted in support of the application, which identifies the need and the shortage. It identifies, for instance, the number of people involved in women and girls football, the difficulties around having to play at different pitches. So there is a statement submitted which details the wider benefits and needs. So we do have some of that information as part of the application. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And just for completeness, and others will know that I'm very pro investment in sports facilities. When these things come up, I'm always arguing for them. So I don't want anyone to go away with the idea that I'm not a supporter of investment in facilities in the right place.
Okay. Sorry.
I don't think I can give you a definitive answer, Councillor Frankland, on the balance, because it is a matter of judgment, and you have competing matters here. I think we've heard about the impacts in terms of neighbours not being able to use the site, but obviously equally it will increase the usage of the site with children and adults being able to use that. So with one impact, there's a benefit. So I think we have to recognise that there's impacts on, mental, as one of the speakers in support talked about. There's obviously positive benefits in terms of mental well-being and access to sport through the 3G pitch, but there are clear impacts on some of the neighbours in terms of the proposal. So it is a matter of judgment. Obviously, so we do need to look at the policy context as well, as I've referred to before, in terms of the neighbourhood plan, but recognise that that's informal and formal sports, but it is a sports use it's been allocated as. Thank you.
I will come to you in a moment, Councillor Blackburn, but Councillor Croker had his hand up before you. Okay, Councillor Croker.
Thank you, Chair. I probably better start off by confessing I share Councillor Trott's concern about replacing grass with plastic. I'd also note that the use of the existing grass pitches is constrained by what I consider to be a lack of drainage. It's therefore somewhat ironic that this 3G pitch is going to have a very nice drainage scheme, which I note doesn't actually continue to the remaining small mini pitch, which is probably disappointing, but probably not a planning matter. I do feel, though, that the change of condition for surrounding properties is significant, and colouring my the way I'll likely vote on this one. Thank you.
Briefly, Chairman, saying I know, and Councillor Croker aware of my position on this. Obviously, there is a direction of travel perhaps with 3G pitches, and there is some evidence around microplastics emerging. That's not in policy at the moment, so it's difficult to give that any significant weight when obviously we have our own kind of sport and recreational studies that recommend additional pitches, and Sport England, and there's nothing kind of nationally that would enable us to perhaps take a different view, but I think perhaps things will change over time on that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trollope, and I will come to you. Councillor Trollope did have his hand.
Yes, thank you. I take your point about, you know, there being another potential site not being a material consideration, and I accept that, but I still can't get away from comparing where this site is currently being proposed to other locations. If I look at Billingshurst, Jubilee Fields, there are no houses nearby. I mean, they're hoping to get a 3G pitch, and I hope they do, but there are no houses nearby to be bothered. If I look at the proposed location of this other area potentially, and I'd say very strongly potentially, near Bax Castle, again, there are no houses nearby. And it also, for me, if this application, to make it right in in Southwater, where it's currently located, you would have to lose the lights, you would have to lose the fencing, and also, I mean, at this point, you might as well lose the artificial pitch as well and just put some proper drainage. At that point, I would find it acceptable. I mean, that's just too many conditions, though. And yeah, that's my thoughts. I do welcome your reply.
Thank you.
Again, just briefly, obviously, if it wasn't a 3G pitch, it wouldn't be this proposal, Councillor Trollope. So, you know, we have to determine this proposal, not an alternative one. In turn, you know, my point remains the same in terms of alternative sites, but, you know, recognising you can compare the difference in particularly in terms of proximity to residential houses. What I would say, though, if you have a pitch in the middle of nowhere, that's got other barriers to it because it's not really in a sustainable location and everyone's going to drive to it. So in planning terms, that might not be acceptable. You know, having something within a built-up area boundary which is sustainable for active travel modes is very positive. So I think, you know, we would encourage in planning terms sports facilities to be in or close to main built-up area boundaries. But there's obviously, you still need to consider impact on residents. So I think, you know, we need to consider this proposal and its impacts and, you know, another proposal which hasn't been determined is not a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to follow up Councillor Croker's point about the sustainability of 3G pitches, the University of Bath actually has just developed a sustainable version, so it would be pretty bad to end up with something that's about to go obsolete, I think. Anyway, that's beside the point. Chairman, I would like to move an alternative motion to refuse this application on the grounds of loss of amenity.
So thank you. I just discussed that with the officer. Thank you. We will need to determine the wording of that proposal.
Thank you.
So, So, Councillor Blackburn, so you've proposed an alternative motion in terms of impact on amenity.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just expand on that? I think that would be helpful in terms of what you consider the impact on amenity to be.
Okay, so noise and disturbance to residents, as well as loss of informal sports area and general amenity area.
Yeah, and in terms of, obviously we need to relate that back to planning policy.
Yeah.
Policy 32 relates to amenity in the Horsham District Planning Framework. And policy 33 is probably fine, maybe something. Obviously 32 and 33. 32 and 33. That would be our suggestions, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to clarify, and I'll comment as well, Chairman, if that's okay, before we go to the vote. So you're proposing a motion to refuse the application because it's considered to have a harmful impact on the amenity of neighbouring residents by reason of noise and disturbance and the loss of informal sports area, contrary to policies 32 and 33 of the Horsham District Planning Framework.
Yes, and I don't know if it's necessary sorry, I don't know if it's necessary to put it in, but if it fits as well, contrary to policy 7.1 in the South Water Neighbourhood Plan, which mentions informal sporting area. Is that right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think
Is that
that's
okay?
as you said, Councillor Blackburn, with the addition of policy 7.1 of the South Water Neighbourhood Plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity then. The motion is to refuse planning permission due to the harmful impact on neighbouring amenity by way of noise and disturbance and the loss of informal sports area, contrary to policies 32 and 33 of the Horsham District Planning Framework and policy 7.1 of the South Water Neighbourhood Plan.
That's great. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, thank you, Councillor Trott. All those in favour of that motion, please show. Okay, you got that? All those against? Any abstentions? One abstention. Okay, therefore the application has been refused.
And I wasn't allowed to.
And just for clarity, the local ward member was not allowed to vote. Thank you. So if you would, you can happy to stay if you wish, but you probably want to go home. But if you use the back door there, you're welcome to leave the chamber. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Members, we are going to take a short adjournment, 10 minutes. There are sandwiches and drinks for members, sorry, public, along that door there in the restaurant area. Thank you. We will be resuming in 10 minutes. Thank you. No engaged. Thank you. For some of you, welcome to this evening's Planning Committee meeting. I am Councillor Ellis Brown and I will be chairing this evening's meeting. I should be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor van der Boer, and the professional officers. Please be aware that this is not a public meeting. This is a meeting in which the public are invited. And there is a great deal of public interest in this particular application. Therefore, may I remind members of the public, this is not an opportunity for you to call out or for you to engage with the members who are discussing the application. So please do not call out, do not try and engage with the members of the committee. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, do you want me to invite you? No. Okay, so I move on to DC 240204, land off Jackrell's Lane, Southwater. And I invite the officer to make their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members are advised that since the publication of the committee report, a further 78 letters of support have been received, with a further 2 letters of objection. The issues raised in these additional letters reflect those set out in 8.13 and 8.14 of the report. The application site relates to land off Jackrell's Lane to the east of A24 and Southwater. The extent of the application site is shown by the red line, with the wider ownership shown by the larger blue line. The application would allow the relocation of Holbrook Animal Rescue, which is currently located in Phase 1 of the North Horsham Mowbray development. The benefits provided by the rescue centre and the related animal welfare issues are material considerations in the determination of this application. This is set out in section... There we go. This is set out in section 6.51 of the report, which confirms that the weight given to these considerations is a judgment for the decision maker. These are some photos looking along Jackrell's Lane towards the application site, and these are taken from the applicant's submission. And this is a view further along the lane. The application proposes an access leading to a new area of hard standing and a series of buildings. So at the northern end of the site, there's a stables and a garage building. In the centre, a dwelling and an education block. And to the south, a further outbuilding and an animal building. And it's worth noting that the dotted lines are outdoor exercise and grazing areas. So these are the elevations and floor plans of some of the proposed buildings. So this is the animal centre to the south of the site. As you can see, it's a single-storey building with a low-pitched roof, timber-clad. This is the education building in the centre of the site, which again follows the same design as the animal centre. And the dwelling, which is to the centre of the site. The dwelling would provide accommodation directly linked to the proposed use of the site, where an essential need for a permanent on-site presence has been demonstrated. It is considered that were the application to be approved, conditions could be imposed to ensure no adverse impacts in respect of neighbouring amenity, highways, water neutrality and ecology. The key concern relates to the impact on the landscape character and visual amenity of the location. The development would be appreciated in views along Jackrell's Lane and some views from neighbouring footpaths. It is considered that the additional built form and the proposed layout and design would be detrimental to the immediate landscape character of the area, and this would be appreciated from the surrounding area. In response to the queries to whether this harm could be overcome through conditions, further advice has been sought from the Council's landscape officer, with their view remaining that the proposals are likely to result in adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity, with a pre-commencement condition not considered appropriate in this instance and not appropriate to the harm identified. The harm arising from the proposal is therefore considered to outweigh the benefits deriving from the proposed scheme, with the application therefore recommended for refusal as set out in the report.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to invite the first public speaker, which is Rosie Kent, please. Yeah, okay, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rosie Kent and my family owns and operates Raylands Park, a well-established adults-only holiday park near Southwater. We've owned Raylands for nearly 50 years and it now includes 132 privately owned holiday homes. I'm here to strongly oppose the planning application for the relocation of Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre to land directly bordering our park, with proposed buildings just 400 metres away from our boundary. I speak both as a business owner and on behalf of the many holiday homeowners whose enjoyment of their rural retreat would be seriously harmed if this application is approved. Raylands Park is valued for one reason: tranquility. People come to Raylands to enjoy peace, nature, and the restorative qualities of the countryside. These aren't luxuries, they're the foundation of our business. This proposal threatens that peace. It includes housing for over 30 dogs in a kennel-free environment with outside exercise areas. Dogs, according to the applicant, will be fed at 7:30 in the morning. Many of our holiday homes are not double glazed and barking will carry. Studies show that a single dog barking can be heard up to a mile away. Here we'd be dealing with 30 dogs metres from our holiday caravans. This isn't just theoretical. Since activity began on site without planning permission, we've had multiple complaints about noise and loose dogs. Several residents have already left. Our holiday sales have dropped. Our holiday home sales have dropped by 50% since the application was made public. We've seen similar situations elsewhere. In the case of Deer Copse Animal Rescue Centre, retrospective planning was refused due to the serious noise impact of 30 dogs. The same would happen here. The broader implications matter too. Raylands Park brings over 250 tourists a year into the district. We employ 8 people and work regularly with local trades. We contribute significantly to the local economy without placing any strain on schools, GPs or infrastructure. This is a sustainable, low-impact business and it's under threat, which is a material consideration. I fully support the Planning Officer's recommendation to refuse the application. It clearly conflicts with key policies in the Horsham District Planning Framework, particularly policies 10, 25 and 26. The Council's own landscape architect has said that the development would cause unacceptable harm to the landscape. This is not a question of whether animal rescue is worthwhile. It's a question about whether this is an appropriate location, and it is not. Chair, councillors, I respectfully urge you to refuse this application, protecting a long-standing, policy-compliant business and the peaceful countryside that your policies are designed to preserve.
Thank you very much. Just a brief question. Can you hear us okay at the back? Okay, I should have asked sooner, apologies. Okay, Ben Gumbrell, please. And you have 3 minutes. Can you turn on your microphone, sorry?
Good evening, my name is Ben Gumber. I'm the park manager at Raylands Park, where I also live. Tonight I want to formally object to the planning proposal of Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre. Although the Animal Rescue Centre has not yet been built, there has already been damage to the proposed site. This damage will create a negative impact to the rewilding work we have done over the past decade. For the last 15 years, I have volunteered to restore
Carry on, I don't think that was an alarm.
Sorry. For the last 15 years, I've volunteered to restore Raylands Park, turning it into a healthy ecosystem rich in wildlife. With support from organisations like the Wilder, we've received multiple grants with our rewilding work. We've won awards from the David Bellamy Pledge for Nature in recognition for our wilding efforts. We've created many flower meadows, long grasses, planted hundreds of metres of hedgerows and added many native trees and put in multiple ponds. These efforts have attracted various native insects, wildlife such as grass snakes, adders, slowworms, stag beetles, crested newts, and we now have spotted all 5 owl species on our park. Many migratory birds, which include nightingales, cuckoos, house martin, swallow swift, willow warblers and turtle doves, all which are on the red list of endangered species. We monitor long-eared bats with the Sussex Bat Conservation and we work with Rangers Lodge Wildlife Hospital to rehabilitate hedgehogs, which are now breeding successfully on our park. Birds of prey like buzzards, kestrels, barn owls also breed here. However, process is now at serious risk. Without planning permission, Holbrook Animal Rescue has begun to change the landscape. Important hedgerows, scrublands, which is essential for ground nesting birds and small mammals, have been cleared and burnt. Fencing has also been put up, blocking natural wildlife corridors and creating hazards, especially in wildlife crossing Jackal's Lane. Now has nowhere to go, and sadly the number of roadkill has increased considerably. I've rescued a deer trap between the green fencing and the barbed wire fencing, which is still in place today, which is distressing for the animals and anyone who cares for their welfare. This damage is already harming local wildlife, even before any approval has been granted, let alone the increased traffic this development will bring to these small single roads. On the 20th of February this year, I recovered 20 squashed toads on the road to Jackal's Lane, where they crossed the road next to the development over to Jackal's Farm. This is already a problem and will only get worse with the amount of traffic. The proposal also includes housing over 30 dogs, which will cause an ongoing disturbance. The noise, movement, lighting and human presence from this facility are not suitable for the wildlife that has been slowly returning after years of careful restoration. I respect Holbrook Animal Rescue's mission to help animals and I support their work. However, this location is the wrong choice.
Could I ask you to bring your comments to a conclusion, please?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had a little bit of extra time. And would be choosing domestic animals over ever decreasing wildlife due to development on rural countryside locations. I urge you to choose a site like a farm that has already outbuildings and you can convert for your needs rather than build on important green spaces. It directly conflicts with the wildering projects, which benefits many protected at-risk species. The proposal threatens to undo years of our hard work and is already causing harm. I urge the Council to be consistent with previous planning decisions and reject planning proposal as per recommendation of the Planning Officer's report. I would also...
Thank you. Could you bring your conclusion, please? You've had additional 45 seconds, so...
Yep, we have a rare chance to protect and preserve and thrive natural habitat. For the last 15 years, I myself have noticed a massive increase, so I'd want to object.
Thank you very much. Natalie Williams, please. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. I'm here today on behalf of the owners of the holiday homes at Raylands Park. People choose to buy a holiday home at Raylands to escape to the countryside and enjoy peace, quiet and the beauty of nature. Many of our owners have invested their life savings, pensions and inheritance in these homes. They're not just holiday spots, they are lifelines. For many, they are essential to both mental health and physical well-being. Our owners come to Raylands to rest, recover and reconnect with the natural world we all work hard to protect. That connection isn't passive. Our owners are active supporters of the rewilding and conservation work we do. They take part in all of our projects and are fully behind our collaboration with Horsham District Council's Wilder project. We're also proud to have received a LEAP grant to reduce carbon emissions on the park, a sign of our ongoing commitment to environmental stewardship. But over the past 18 months, the community has been deeply concerned by the proposed relocation of Holbrook Animal Rescue to land immediately adjacent to Raylands Park, just 10 metres from our boundary. If permission is granted, the character of this area will change permanently. The peaceful, natural setting that draws people to Raylands will be compromised, and in many ways it already has. Despite having no planning approval, there has already been significant activity on the site. Trees and hedgerows have gone, cleared fencing, fencing has gone up, and most notably, dogs are already being exercised on this land, often just metres away from our boundary. These dogs bark loudly and frequently at anything they see. This is disturbing the peace that owners, guests and residents expect and deserve. People walking quietly up Jackrell's Lane, many elderly or with mobility issues, are regularly startled by the dogs barking and following them along the fence line. Horse riders from nearby stables also use this lane. One rider and a horse was spooked by the dogs, and she was lucky she wasn't thrown from the horse. We've also had 3 bonfires at separate weekends last August, right in the middle of the busiest holiday season. The smoke, ash and disruption what made what should have been a quiet and relaxing time for our owners was deeply unpleasant. When we tried to raise concerns with the person managing the bonfires, they refused to listen and simply left the fires burning. This ongoing disruption and uncertainty has driven several holiday homeowners to leave Raylands. Others are anxiously waiting to see what happens, but many have made it pretty clear that if this application is approved, they will leave. This is heartbreaking. These holiday homes provide a safe, quiet space people rely on emotionally, physically and mentally. So far, the council has done a commendable job of protecting this landscape from inappropriate development. I respectfully ask you to remain consistent with that approach and support the recommendation of your planning officers. Please refuse this application. Thank you for your time and listening to the very real concerns of our community.
Thank you very much. Cliff Santini Bradbury, if I've got your name right. Apologies if I haven't. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. First, I would like to start by saying that during the process, the charity has spent thousands on professional reports, all positive with no objections. Then at the 8th month or so, the architects object after making a judgment. I would ask, why did it take so long? With only the landscape architect comments making a judgment for objection, this on the basis of adverse effects from a view on a small section of Jackrell's Lane. Surely this must have been the same recommendation with all the additional development that we have seen in the Horsham area. I'm not sure this is the case with our application. Important policies are mentioned, policies that must have been overridden with other development sites around the town. I feel it's important as an applicant that the policies that could affect our application be explained and highlighted in order for us to mitigate their requirements. However, it's hard to understand when the rules and policies are applied differently. It appears there is no level playing field, and by changing and applying these rules differently, it undermines the process. Is housing and developer profit the main aim in the Horsham countryside? I don't know. But yet one department makes a judgment and the planners agree, no questions asked. Very strange when the other 8 consultees have no objection, including Natural England. Why did the planning department not engage with us to look at mitigation based on this judgment? There's a lot of inconsistent reports on what we do and don't do with wildlife. I want to put the record straight. We take in wildlife, we bring them back to health, we rehabilitate and we release into the wild. It's as simple as that. The South Waterfield has and will always be the field that we do the releasing in. I'd like to just move on now to the reason we're here. The application in the first place is the animals. We take in sick, injured, orphaned, abandoned and mistreated dogs and cats. We bring them back to health. Our 2 behaviourists get involved and do assessments on them. We then integrate them to other animals. And then when ready, we find loving homes for them. Our environment is kennel free, as been mentioned before. The dogs have a daily routine. The dogs have a yard, a play area, and at night, they are in the main building with us. Each has got their own bed, chair or sofa. They sleep happy all night. I am a very light sleeper. The dogs do not bark all night. The charity prides itself on helping animals other organisations don't, like for instance the old and the infirm ones. ranging from cats, dogs, goats, ponies, animals that come in needing medication, animals that need urgent veterinary care. Whatever needs us, we nurture, we rehome where possible, but we always put the animals first. Because of this, there are always a number of older animals we are unable to rehome.
Excuse me, could you bring your comments to a conclusion?
I'm on the last paragraph, okay? If we are refused permission, then the older ones' future is at risk, something our supporters and wider community will be outraged. The charity abide by the 2006 Animal Welfare Act. As elected representative of the community, your vote today should do the same.
Could you bring to a conclusion, please? Thank you. I've given you much longer than the 3 minutes you're entitled to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last line. Please put planning policies aside and be caring humans and protect the animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to step in here. I'm the planning solicitor for the committee. Decision makers today are only entitled to consider material planning considerations. And material planning considerations are matters which are relevant to the planning decision in question. Some considerations are statutory, some have been identified in case law, and examples include, but are not limited to, design, traffic and noise, parking, government policy, overlooking loss of privacy, neighbourhood development plans, national policy, and there are certain matters which are not material planning considerations. And there's obviously case law relating to that, which include devaluation of property, loss of a view, breach of restrictive covenants, whether or not the applicant owns the site. On the subject of animal welfare concerns are capable of constituting material planning considerations as a matter of law. However, members of a planning committee do not have to take them into account. It's not mandatory for you to do so. As to whether animal welfare concerns are a material planning consideration, this is a matter of planning judgment based on the reasons stated in the report, and you're entitled to depart and reach your own views. But obviously, the process is obviously not, and the process that we've gone through so far is not obviously a material planning consideration. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Keith Wyatt. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. I'm here as a neighbour. I live on Reeds Lane, very close to the proposed site for nearly 11 years, and I feel lucky to call this area home. I walk past the site almost daily with my dog, himself a Holbrook Rescue, so I know the area and the charity very well. Reading the Landscape Architects report, the only internal report in objection, I am at odds with it, and I'm puzzled by its content. It includes the phrase, in the absence of a landscape and visual appraisal, it is our judgment, etc. To me, this implies that no actual site visit took place and is based on assumptions. It mentions visibility. My view of the site from the surrounding footpaths that are mentioned is very limited, and which is not stated in the report. The proposed buildings, they will only be partially seen from Jackal's Lane, and a lot closer to me than the people that objected. I hope that all the councillors here have seen the same as me on your recent site visits. If this report can assume that an application is a detriment to the countryside, I have to ask, how is this going to cause more harm, damage and be a negative effect than the thousands of houses already built on open land that we have seen around Horsham? With no doubt more to come. Does this council really believe that large-scale house building on open land is not a detriment to the countryside, but keeping animals in a field is? Complete madness if that's true. This proposal is only for basic facilities in order to continue the care and welfare for the animals and not profit-driven. For the future of this site, Holbrook's relocation, to me, is the clear right option. It's only a matter of time before all the unused land surrounding my home will face similar development pressure. If this application is refused, I am sure Holbrook will be forced to sell. So what then? Will I be here again in 18 months objecting to the same site having an application developed for housing or industrial use? Rejecting this application raises concerns and questions. How will Holbrook Animal Rescue continue without a permanent base? Where else in the local area will there be more suitable for Holbrook Animal Rescue? Relocating out of the area risks the loss of their staff and volunteer network, affecting the quality of the care they offer. Holbrook is not about rehoming animals, it's about the animals. They offer long-term support and ensure successful placements which put the animals first. This is why myself and my wife adopted our dog Sid from Holbrook in 2023. I've seen firsthand their dedication to the animals and to us as adopters. Sid's journey is now continuing, but what would not be possible without their support. But in the committee report, I noticed public consultation figures of 848 representations of support with 172 in objection. This equates to over 83% in support. These animals can't speak for themselves, but clearly the wider community has spoken. You as councillors, you were elected to represent the community. All of those who are in support, along with all of those in objection. Will your decision today reflect the clear public majority? Or is it the council's priority to fill our fields with houses instead of animals? These animals also need a home, and their future is now with you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Tony Kernon, please. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The applicant is a charity which has no choice but to relocate. They take in mostly cats and dogs, acclimatise them, most, as you heard, will be in the house with them at night, and rehome them. As the applicant explained, they also take in some other animals, such as ponies, and they treat wildlife, although those won't be in the house with them. They need a location with access to paddock land. The proposed buildings are all small, mostly wooden clad. The tallest, the house, is just 3.6 metres to the ridge. That's less than 12 feet. The entrance will be moved as the visibility is better and landscaped. A new hedge and scrub will be planted inside the existing one all the way past the site, which will match the hedge on the other side of the lane. The planning officers have concluded, having taken technical advice, that there's no noise or amenity concern, so Raylands Park need not be concerned. There's no traffic issue. It talks about 10 to 15 a day maximum. A countryside location is necessary. The dwelling meets all the local plan policy 20 requirements, and ecological enhancement will be achieved, contrary to what we've just heard. And look at it now, this was an arable field not many years ago. The matter is recommended for refusal on one ground only, that of landscape harm. The landscape is undoubtedly pleasant and rural, but it's not a protected landscape. It's not a landscape identified in the local plan as being of any special merit. The landscape consultee has identified two alleged harm. One, a general adverse effects on the rural character of the area. And secondly, most importantly, and I quote, adverse effects to the visual amenity of users along Jackrell's Lane, which, whilst not identified as a public right-of-way, is the connecting link for users of rights-of-way 1689 and 1670. Therefore, users of the footpaths will not be affected. It'll only be users of Jackrell's Lane, which is the road past the land. And the identified impact is only for those walking or driving along the road connecting between other footpaths, for a length of about 100 metres, where there are trees and a recently renovated and regenerating hedge, and where an additional hedge will be planted. The alleged harm for landscape for walkers on the road assumes they'll stop and look west and can see through the proposed hedge. Even if they did and could see something, would their walk be so spoiled as to warrant refusal? You've carried out a site visit. If you think there might be harm, you have to decide whether or not it could be mitigated. The landscape officer said, quote, it's acknowledged that with the right strategy, there is scope for additional mitigation proposals to have some success in reducing adverse visual effects identified. I suggest the landscape cannot be so badly harmed as to warrant refusal. It can be mitigated, and that a conditional approval with landscape and lighting conditions would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey as the neighbouring ward councillor in Southwater South. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, councillor.
Thank you, Chair. There is no doubt that the Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre undertakes some fantastic work, something I don't think many can disagree with. However, emotive arguments should not automatically override material planning considerations. Considerations this committee must consider ensuring sound and consistent decision making. Whilst I have sympathy with the rescue centre, the narrative of why the centre must vacate its current premises I have found to be quite uncomfortable. The narrative in the media has been that the rescue centre are being forced to move due to the council's decision to approve the Mowbray development. However, there is context to this that I feel is pertinent. The land the rescue centre currently occupies is owned by a family member of the applicants. According to the land registry, an option on the land was taken out by Divine Homes as far back as 2011, so it's been known for some time that a new site would need to be identified. To the best of my knowledge, there was no compulsory purchase order served on the land, with this agreement between the landowner and the developer entered into voluntarily. In a recent article published in the County Times on the 9th of June, one of the applicants is quoted as stating that we are having to move because of the Mowbray development, the one the council said yes to, building 2,750 homes in the countryside to allow thousands of houses to be built, making us move, and then to tell us we can't move into our own field is totally wrong. However, there is evidence to the contrary that this has been known prior to the application that this site would be unlikely to gain approval. Information obtained through Freedom of Information requests evidence that as far back as 2018, the applicants were advised that an application at this site would be unlikely to gain approval. This is contradicted by advice the applicants. This is supported by advice the applicants received from officers in October 2022. As set out in the FOI, advising that there is no guarantee that either a temporary or permanent solution would be granted permission here. This contradicts the narrative that many of us have heard via the media. It should also be noted that land ownership is not considered a material planning consideration. Furthermore, it does not appear as though the applicant sought pre-app advice, despite this being strongly recommended by officers, which would have given the applicant the information they required to potentially address concerns prior to formal submission. There is little evidence to suggest that other sites have been actively considered by the applicants, despite the knowledge that approval would be unlikely as far as back as 7 years ago. The charity has raised concerns that if this application does not gain approval, that they may be forced to sell the site to reimburse the charity for site infrastructure costs. Whilst I understand this concern, it is difficult not to think that the substantial outlay on site infrastructure should have been reserved until after the application had been determined to ensure that the very situation the charity find themselves in did not materialise. Consideration must also be given to the nearby Raylands Holiday Park, whose unique selling point is the peace and tranquility of its countryside location. With sales down already 50%, along with existing customers holding off on renewing in light of this application, consideration must also be given to the existing business whose future could be placed in jeopardy depending on tonight's outcome. Whilst it is accepted that potential negative effects are not considered material planning considerations, the cumulative impact of noise, disturbance and other factors relating to the development on a neighbouring business can be material. Whilst the position of the proposed site could mitigate noise concerns with the retention of undergrowth and trees, the proposal also includes use of the remainder of the site for walking dogs, which straddles the site boundary with Raylands Park. With the proposal for early morning and late evening dog walking, this would result in noise disturbance to Raylands customers, which blows their USP out of the water, and I fear would accelerate the number of customers who choose not to renew, putting the future viability of the business, employees and rewilding project at risk. In summary, whilst I remain sympathetic to the work the Rescue Centre undertake, the Council must take a consistent approach in decision making when it comes to development in the countryside locations. I realise that my view will not be universally popular, and I do understand why. However, decisions should not be made on the basis of emotional argument alone. Planning policies are in place for a reason, and if we choose to deviate from those policies, this could result in unintended consequences with future applications in the countryside. If this application is refused, I would like to extend an offer to the applicants to assist them in locating a viable alternative site so they may continue the good work that they do. Alternatively, if the committee are minded to overturn officer recommendation, I would urge the committee to apply strict conditions ensuring the impact on the locality is kept to a minimum and is enforceable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Derek Moore, Southwater Parish Council. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking at this meeting. Southwater Parish Council Planning Committee considered this application on the 3rd of April 2024 and submitted an objection for the following reasons. The proposal does not comply with the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan as it is situated outside the built-up area boundary, and there is no demonstration of compliance with SMP 18 of the neighbourhood plan, which is a treed landscape, and the provision of tree planting. Before the application was submitted, a site visit showed that a substantial amount of small trees and bushes had been removed. Within the application, no provision has been provided to enhance the area by ensuring the replacement of the trees to demonstrate compliance with the neighbourhood plan. There was also serious concern with the loss of open countryside and the impact to it. There would be an adverse impact on nature conservation. The recent erection of fencing within the area is already having a significant impact upon the wildlife. A ranger from the Raylands Park, which we've heard this evening, has reported seeing wildlife and animals trapped in the new fencing. The council had concerns over the noise and disturbance to neighbouring properties, culminating from its intended use, included the proposed hours of operations. Whilst Southwater Parish Council are mindful of the predicament of the applicant and the need to provide care for the animals they care for, we believe that the proposed site is not the right location for it, and the benefits do not outweigh the demonstrable harm of the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colin Kenny, please. Colin Kenny. He's from Nuthurst Parish Council. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillors is late addition. So
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Council. The Nuthurst Parish Council is very committed to road safety. We're trying to get the speed on the A281 through Mannings Heath and Monksgate reduced and have installed speed indication devices to assist in this regard. Another area that we are concerned with is Copsale, which is completely de-restricted. Drivers can legally travel at 60 miles an hour if they consider it's safe to do so. Polecat Lane runs into Jackrell's Lane and then joins Reed's Lane and finishes at Coltstaple Lane. Narrow country lanes, which are not merely single carriageways, but are only wide enough for one vehicle at a time. There are no passing places, and drivers use gateways, drives, and the verge to pass other vehicles. Whilst Reed's Lane and Jackrell's Lane are in Southwater Parish, Polecat Lane is in Nuthurst Parish. These lanes are used by many people, horse riders and drivers, walkers, and cyclists, as well as vehicles. The horse riders are usually in 1s and 2s, but sometimes more. The drivers have 4-wheel carriages with a single or a pair of horses. As these lanes are part of the Horsham District Council recommended cycle route, cyclists of all types and numbers use it all the time. The walkers range from singles and pairs to groups. Some groups exceed 20 people. While most vehicles do travel at a reasonable speed, there are too many, particularly delivery drivers, who are travelling much faster than is safe considering the road and other users. Nuthurst Parish Council think that the establishment of the whole animal rescue centre in Jackrell's Lane will increase traffic, it's been estimated, by up to 20 vehicles a day. This includes staff, volunteers, deliveries and visitors. This means an additional 40 vehicle movements, and whilst we do not know in which direction they will be travelling, it increases the risk of an accident which may result in personal injuries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Invite the officers to come back on some of the points raised by the public during the public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so just to pick up on some of the key points, basically how the application relates to those elsewhere in the district and that issue. All applications are determined on their own merits, and the outcome of one application elsewhere in the district wouldn't dictate the outcome on this particular application. We heard about the number of representations submitted in the application, and just to reiterate that it's not the total number received which is important, but the material considerations raised within them. In terms of the recent site clearance, the removal of scrub and small trees can take place without planning permission. That's not something we can consider as part of this application. There are some elements which have taken place which potentially do need planning permission, and that includes new fencing alongside a highway where it exceeds a metre in height, and that would need to be looked into further regardless of the recommendation and outcome of this application. In terms of noise disturbance, if members are minded to overturn a recommendation and recommend approval, that would need to be addressed through suitable conditions. In terms of the extent of the application is defined by the red line of the site location plan when it comes on the screen. Anyway, when it comes up, so that the activities permitted by the application would be contained to the red line of the application site. The associated blue line is clearly a lot larger than that, and we've heard some comments about the potential for activity to take place within that larger blue line. It would ultimately be a matter of fact and degree whether that activity results in a material change of use from agriculture to probably a mixed use of agriculture and dog walking or animal care. Again, that would need to be considered further were the application approved and implemented. But at the present time, the extent of the application subject to this application is defined by the red line, and that's where the activity would have to be contained. In terms of highways, it's appreciated that there are constraints in the immediate road network. The consideration of the county local highway authority was based primarily on the likely low vehicular speeds and the low vehicle movements to and from the site. And that the considerations of highways are ultimately reflected in the officer's report. And again, it's open for members to revisit that and take a different view. In terms of the report itself, it sets out the relevant policies and how they relate to the proposal. The comments of the council's landscape officer form part of the overall assessment. And it's the view of officers that the landscape harm identified outweighs the benefits of the proposal. And again, this is clearly a judgment which is entirely open to members to take a different view on. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the debate to the members of the committee. Councillor Trollope, yes.
Thank you, Chair. At the end of, in Billingshurst, at the end of Merendine Lane where it meets Adversane Lane, there's a fairly large property. And on that property, I think there are about, I counted, 16 dogs. And the woman, I did actually speak to the owner once, and she houses these dogs and rehabilitates them. She's not a charity, she just does it off her own back. I regularly cycle in that area and occasionally even jog up to that area and then back again. I cannot for the life of me get past that area without an absolute cacophony of dog barking. Absolutely loud. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing. It doesn't matter if it's raining or sunny. Those dogs go wild, and they follow me all the way down the chain link fence that they're there. And I therefore have a lot of sympathy for the camping site that's not so far away. Even if it were restricted to the red line, although I thought it was restricted to the blue line, I'm happy to be corrected. I would go mental personally if I lived there. I wouldn't be able to do it. Now I do have, again, I have sympathy for the animal charity. I mean, none of us are dog killers. None of us want harm to come to the charity. But I think again, it's a question of the wrong place. And I would actually go as far to propose an additional reason for refusal being noise nuisance, if that's acceptable under the planning law. I think it would be, and I think it would be another reasonable reason to object to for the refusal of this application. I'm happy to come back to that later after debate, but I would like maybe at the end to add that as a reason for objecting.
We can come back to you at the end, Councillor
Thank you.
Trott, if you want to put forward an alternative motion. Thank you. Any other member wishing to speak? Councillor Trott.
Thanks, Chair. As with the previous item, I am somewhat conflicted. Good picture. So, yes, animal welfare is a major concern, and this has also been exacerbated in the post-COVID environment where everybody bought nice fluffy pets to keep them company during lockdown and now don't know what to do with them. So there is a bit of a trend there. And this is an established animal welfare organisation that I'm quite familiar with. I've had rescue dogs myself, and they've always been key members of our family. And we'll do so again. However, this one, I think the points raised by the ranger from the holiday park about environmental impact did hit home. But I am familiar with Holbrook dog animal rescue, and I know that they, for their own reasons, and they're probably reasons for animal welfare, but the way they have them in a pack is possibly the noisiest way to do it. And I think people saying, other members have mentioned that perhaps we could put mitigation in place to a noise management plan. Well, how do you noise manage a pack of dogs? They're going to bark or they're going to bark. You can't reason with that. There was also I would like to emphasise, I don't believe there was any compulsion for the previous site to be vacated. I think that was a decision. I think there's also the risk to the holiday park. And I know that in the existing site, there were other business operating as well. So I am keen to hear what my colleagues on the council have to say on this, but I'm probably veering towards accepting the recommendation of the officer at this stage.
Councillor Vickers, yes, I'll come to you in a moment. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to start by thanking officers for the presentation, for the full report and for the input from our legal representative. I'd also like to thank officers and the applicant for arranging a site visit for members of this committee. I'm going to start by saying I'm an animal lover. I have a much loved dog and I support the good work that this animal rescue does in taking care of and rehoming many dogs and cats, etc. It's important that we support this facility so they can continue to do this good work, which is upheld by a great many residents of our district. I think, as has already been mentioned, there are a huge number of letters of support for this application, well in excess of 900, but there are also a number of letters of objection from residents from Southwater who strongly object to the application. As has been said, it's not the numbers that is important, but the material considerations in planning terms that are relevant to our decision on whether this site is acceptable, and that the benefits of approving this application outweigh any significant harm. Planning permission must not be given for reasons of emotive issues expressed, but must be taken on sound planning grounds. I've listened very carefully to all the speakers here this evening, and it's hard not to be moved by the support that has been clearly expressed, but it is also clear that there are serious concerns regarding the suitability of this particular site. I'm disappointed but not surprised that Highways haven't done a site visit, because if they had, they would see that those access roads are very narrow with no parking spaces. The parish council has raised concerns that the application doesn't comply with the neighbourhood plan. Policy 26 of the HDPF states all applications must be essential to its countryside location, not must, should, and must be of scale appropriate to its countryside character and location. Policy 10 is clear that countryside development must be contained where possible in suitably located buildings which are appropriate for conversion or result in substantial environmental improvement and reduce the impact on the countryside. The applicant states that this site has been in its ownership of the family for over 20 years, and this site is therefore their preferred option. They also state they have not been able to find a better alternative. However, I believe more appropriate locations could have been considered, as there is no evidence that buildings within existing diversified farm complexes have been properly considered and discounted. The report here emphasises that policies 25 and 26 of the HDPF seeks to protect the natural environment and landscape character of the district. The council's landscape officer has serious concerns that this application has very significant landscape impact. Paragraph 6.20 states this proposal will be highly visible within the surrounding landscape. It would have an adverse effect eroding the rural character of the area through the introduction of additional built form and the increased level of activity, which I totally support one of my colleagues saying that noise impact is something we should include in refusing. The impact would be significant in the immediate surrounds with Jackfrost Lane, and additional landscaping would only reduce rather than prevent harm. Other speakers have raised concerns about the likely impact on Raylands Park, adjacent to the site, and I too share those concerns. In conclusion, whilst I totally support the good work that this animal rescue provides, I want to make sure that they can continue to provide this facility in a new location. It has to, however, be provided in the right place. The detrimental impact on the landscape here and the fact that the development would fail to result in substantial environmental improvements means that I support the officer's recommendation. And whilst I'm not permitted to vote as local member, I hope members of this committee will agree and will vote to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frankland.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think I probably need a little bit of help with this one. I'm trying to be objective and reading the papers, listening to the speakers and having been up at the site. What I see and hear is that, yeah, there will be noise, but the neighbours are quite a long way away. The Rylands is 400 metres away. And there are other noisy things going on in the area with the Southern Cranes and the A24 close by. So it's not a silent, remote, rural area. It is rural, but it is a field out just outside Southwater. I do recognise, though, that the residents of Rylands will feel really quite strongly about this, because there will be a perception, real or otherwise, that this could have an impact, a negative impact on their residents there. I think what I need help with, though, is the impact on the environment referred to and required by Policy 10. And having visited the site, what I can see is an immediate negative impact with that fence that goes all the way around it. I'm just not comfortable with that at all, and I'd be interested to hear any guidance that the officers might have regarding that the policy that you refer to, and whether and how your view really on how important that impact is on the decision making for this application.
Yeah, so just to pick up on Policy 10, so Policy 10 essentially requires new development in the countryside to be contained within existing buildings or result in substantial environmental enhancements. I think that's quite a high bar to achieve. So to substantially enhance the site, you're looking at landscaping, the use of a site, the buildings all being complementary to one another, and creating something you'd expect to find in the countryside, I think. And the likelihood is at some sites you probably can't substantially enhance them because it's just not possible. And I think that's, although policy 10 is an employment policy, not directly landscape related, I think that does feed into the landscape officer's concerns that you can't condition it because you can't be certain it can be achieved. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any Councillor Clark, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. The diagram when you put it up had 2 bedrooms in it, but paragraph 6.46 and 6.1 seem to be in contradiction. Is it a 2-bedroom or a 1-bedroomed house?
My view is it is a 2-bedroom house. The second bedroom is smaller, but it could be occupied as a 2-bedroom house. Yeah.
Thank you. The water neutrality calculations then were based on a 2-bedroomed house rather than a 2-bedroom house rather than a 1-bedroom house. Is that correct?
Yeah. So if the application were to be approved by members, further clarification of water neutrality would be needed, but the scheme would be eligible to join SNOWS. So one of the conditions that would have to be imposed would be the Grampian condition for SNOWS or a bespoke strategy. So that would give the comfort that you can achieve water neutrality.
Thank you. I think you've addressed my concern because my back of the envelope calculation, looking at paragraph 6.46, and looking at the 12,000 litre underground rainwater harvesting system without more accurate data, it didn't look right or doesn't feel right to me. That's why I was raising the question.
Yeah, I think you're right. So in reality, if approved, the Grampian condition would probably have to include either just SNOWS or elements of SNOWS and rainwater harvesting. Yeah.
Councillor van der Boer.
Just a question. If the decision is to refuse the application, and given that it's that big fence has a sort of a look about it as much to keep things out in and clearly is having an impact on wildlife and wilding, does it get pulled out?
Yeah, that could be investigated by the compliance team to establish if it needs what parts of it need permission and to assess harm and invite an application.
Thank you.
Yes, other members before I come back. Councillor Vickers, yes.
Can I suggest that we take a vote on this application to refuse it? And I would propose we go with the officer's recommendation. Can inclusion of a noise impact on the landscape and design merit be included in those reasons for refusal?
I'll come back to it. There's no noise in there, it's just a noise. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I think just reviewed section 7.1, which is the recommended reason for refusal. It does refer to siting and design and fail to result in substantial environmental improvements. So I think it does cover what you're looking for, unless you want to revisit it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Trott, you did mention adding to the earlier. What did you wish to?
Well, thank you, Chair. I mean, I have learned in appeals that the more reasons for refusal, the better, as long as they're all defensible. So I would like to add a reason for refusal that the adverse impact of noise on the neighboring communities.
Okay. So just to confirm, the wording would be the development would result in unacceptable harm to neighbouring community as a result of noise and disturbance, contrary to policy 33 of the HTPF.
Add in the word unacceptable.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Vickers, you're comfortable with that?
I'm very comfortable with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Do I seconder for that motion? You wishing to speak or second? Okay. All those.
Members, just be clear what they're voting on. They're voting on the substantive reason and an additional reason.
Yeah, just a couple of points that the local ward members can't vote, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission as per the reasons given in the committee report, with the addition of the of Councillor Trollope's proposal. Are you clear on that? Yep. Okay. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay. Therefore, the application is refused. If you wish, members of the public who wish to leave, you're free to do so, but leave by that back door at the corner there. Thank you very much.
Said it now, so I might as well just wait till.
Well, they are, they're, you know, but actually, they've behaved with a bit of clap, I mean, you're going to get. But, no, I think they've all been.
Okay. Thank you. Could you please leave the chamber if you are making your way to the exit? Thank you. Thank you very much. For the benefit of the new people, public gallery have joined us. I'm Councillor Ellis Brown. I shall be chairing the meeting going forward. And if you could resist from calling out or trying to engage with the members of the committee, that would be really good. Thank you very much. Okay, moving item number 8, DC 250367, the car park, Jengersmead, Billingshurst. Could the officer please make the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. Since the publication of this report, a further representation has been received from Councillor Bateman objecting to the application. This application relates to land at Jengersmead, which is located off the High Street in Billingshurst. Jengersmead forms part of the primary retail frontage of Billingshurst and is also within a conservation area shown by the blue hatching and adjoined by listed buildings fronting the High Street shown in yellow. This application seeks permission for 2 pole-mounted cameras in the areas highlighted by the red stars. This is a smaller scale plan of Jengersmead with the location of the cameras shown either end of the red line by the black and white circles. The cameras would be linked to car park management with their design shown by the current slide, which is essentially 5-metre high poles with the camera mounted on top. The existing buildings in Jengersmead are approximately 9.4 metres tall, and the siting of the columns alongside them would ensure they don't appear unduly intrusive or impact on the setting of surrounding heritage assets. The application is not a change of use of the land, and planning permission would not be needed for any changes to the management of the car parking spaces. In terms of privacy, the purpose of the cameras is to monitor spaces and vehicles with privacy zones applied to the areas outside of this, and this is understood to be common practice for this type of camera. It's not considered that the presence of cameras in an area where they could be reasonably be expected would result in unacceptable harm to neighbouring community, with the condition free of the recommendation securing details of the privacy masking and it is maintained in perpetuity. The application is therefore recommended for approval as set out in the report.
Thank you very much. I could ask the first of the public speakers to take the microphone. That's Jennifer Spice, please. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes. You turned it off. It was on before. The red light's on. It's on.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of deeply concerned residents of Coombe Hill and Jengersmead to strongly oppose the proposed installation of the pan, tilt and zoom surveillance cameras in the Jengersmead car park. At first glance, it might seem like a routine security upgrade, but make no mistake, this is not standard CCTV. These PTZ cameras are highly advanced surveillance tools. They can rotate a full 360 degrees, zoom in with incredible clarity, and even follow individuals as they move. That means that they can look into private gardens, like mine, through bedroom windows, and most distressingly, track children, like mine, as they play. This isn't just surveillance, it's intrusion. At least 3 family homes back directly onto the car park, and several residential flats in Jengersmead house families with young children. These residents would be placed under constant invasive observation. Imagine having to tell your child, yes, that camera might be watching you in our garden. That is not how anyone should feel in the safety of their own home. This raises serious ethical questions, but also legal ones. The Surveillance Camera Code of Practice under the Protection of Freedoms Act 2012 requires that any surveillance system be necessary, proportionate, and the least intrusive means available. In addition, UK GDPR law requires the data protection impact assessment when cameras may capture private spaces. To date, I have seen no evidence that this legal requirement has been met. There is no transparency about who will view the footage, how long it will be stored, or whether operators have been DBS checked. In a time when data breaches are a weekly headline, giving a third party unrestricted access to intimate views of family life is not just reckless, it's indefensible. Let me be absolutely clear, this is not about being anti-security. Residents fully support measures to prevent crime and protect property, but this is not the way to do it. There is a better, safer and fully legal alternative, ANPR, automatic number plate recognition cameras. They are designed for parking enforcement, they're far less invasive, they are widely used and understood, and most importantly, they protect people's privacy. The goal is to reduce crime, not to turn a family neighbourhood into a surveillance zone. This proposal does not strike a balance between safety and privacy. It demolishes that balance. It's disproportionate, it's deeply intrusive, and it risks violating the rights of children and families who have done nothing wrong. We urge you, please reject this proposal. Protect the privacy, dignity, and peace of mind of your residents. Choose smarter, targeted solutions that respect both our safety and our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a statement from Kelly Grunill, which will be read out to the committee by the officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. This application seeks planning permission for 2 discrete pole-mounted PTZ cameras in Jengers Mead car park, a privately owned and managed facility at the heart of Billingshurst's retail centre. The aim is simple: to support the safe and fair management of the car park and to help deter antisocial behaviour that has, unfortunately, become more frequent. We recognise that some local residents and businesses have raised concerns, particularly around privacy, and I'd like to reassure you that on that point, the cameras will be equipped with static privacy masking, which blocks views into private homes, gardens and business interiors. These masks are permanently programmed and cannot be bypassed without password-controlled administrator access. The applicant has agreed to a planning condition requiring these masks to be installed and maintained. The focus of surveillance is strictly limited to the land owned by the applicant. The car park and commercial frontage and the equipment will operate using existing lighting only. There is no new lighting and no additional light spill proposed. We are also aware that concerns have been expressed regarding recent changes to parking charges. Whilst we appreciate these may be unpopular with some residents, the planning system does not regulate pricing. As the officer's report confirms, parking tariffs are not material to this application and can lawfully be changed by the landowner at any time. The recent fee adjustment, managed by Napier Parking Limited, was publicly notified and includes an overnight tariff as low as 50p and a 20-minute option that remains below the council's own minimum tariff. Delivery areas and existing operational arrangements remain unchanged, including early morning deliveries, which have been raised as a concern and will continue unaffected. The proposals will have no impact on business viability or employment. The reality is this: the existing enforcement contractor has reported abusive and threatening behaviour. These cameras are proposed to help manage that risk, ensure staff safety and maintain a secure environment for visitors, shoppers and traders alike. Sussex Police have supported this in principle, citing national guidance on the value of surveillance in deterring crime and fear of crime in public spaces. We believe this is a proportionate and responsible proposal that balances security, privacy and effective management. We ask members to support the officer recommendation and approve the application.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Sandbape, the ward councillor, and you have 5 minutes, councillor.
Chairs and members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Let me begin by reminding us of a central planning agreement to ensure we deliver good places to live and work. Several members of this committee recently agreed to champion that principle. Committee, this is an application which flies in the face of that principle. To give context, Jengers is not just a car park. This is Jengers Parade, and it sits in the heart of a safe, secure, semi-rural community and within a designated conservation and heritage zone. Jengers Parade is where the community collect their evening takeaway, visit the local butcher, an independent bakery, and where people reside. It's also where the community congregate for key events such as the Walking Nativity and the Billingshurst Country Fair. Surveillance, no matter how well trained, will seem an intrusion on community life and fall foul of Section 8, promoting healthy and safe communities, as they will discourage normal social interaction and a vibrant local economy. Add that it sets a precedent for the conservation area and undermines the heritage value of the centre, and in doing so falls foul also on Section 16. The applicant, Napier Holdings, is a car park operator with a 1-star Google rating, 1 star, and a chain of car parks nationwide. Wherever Napiers have installed their cameras, they have swiftly moved to 24/7 charging. This is an observable fact. What follows is an extension to what the community has already experienced with Napiers: local unrest, people avoiding the area, businesses suffering, the nighttime economy curbed, and community life slowly eroded. Allowing Napiers to use cameras to extend their hours of operation will cause community harm. The community has already spoken. In just 24 hours, I solicited community feedback and opinion on this application. In that time, one day, over 300 local people signed to say they oppose this application. Not one person I spoke with wants it. 0. There's a groundswell of opinion. The King's Head Pub, Jenga's Craft Bakery, the Master Fryer, the Masonry Fitness Suite explained. They said their staff wages will be eroded. Their deliveries that they already have to time for before and after the chargeable period will be harmed. And the women who attend the Masonry Fitness Suite, which is overlooked by Camera 2, worried about feelings of intrusion. Committee should reflect on the kind of place their decisions encourage. A vibrant, welcoming centre that stimulates independent traders, or a sterile, monitored, monetised zone where people feel watched and unwelcome. Reject the application. Respect the community's wishes, or at very least, impose conditions which restrict the camera's hours of use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Faye Algar, please, Billingshurst Parish Council, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am Councillor Algar and I am Vice Chair of the Planning Committee at Billingshurst. I represent Billingshurst Parish Council in our objection against this application. Whilst there are a number of reasons for the parish to object this application, I will keep my focus here on planning matters. The application states that the reasons for the cameras is to support car park management, to improve safety and for crime prevention. There is absolutely no evidence of crime being an issue in this area. No crime reference numbers have been provided. There is no proof of any antisocial behaviour to parking staff as reported. It has not been flagged as an area for concern by the Police and Crime Commissioner for Sussex. Deacon Asset Management, who manage the external areas of Jengasmead, have also advised me that there has not been any crime occurred that they are aware of. Nor are Billingshurst Parish Council wardens aware of any crime. Billingshurst Parish Council are not against cameras in principle. However, there is already a camera in the parade, which is located outside of the post office. Having spoken with the post office, the camera is managed by QuickMay. Should any incident occur, the post office are happy to give their CCTV footage to the police or the landlord via QuickMay. Why, therefore, are additional cameras required to prevent crime? It is clear that the application for the camera part is for car park management and for further financial gain. Therefore, there is no justification for such surveillance needed in terms of crime prevention. Billingshurst is a rural village in a conservation area. Jengasmead is the main retail hub and the heart of the village where families congregate. It is also a residential area of circa 40 flats. Installing cameras like this within our community will deter people away. That is not what we want in Billingshurst. On this basis, we object to the application on the following 4 planning grounds. Light pollution from additional cameras, which will be on 24 hours a day and be close to neighbouring flats. Loss of privacy. There is no requirement for pan-tilt zoom cameras in a square where there are 40 flats and a women's only gym. This gives way to potential privacy violations and will create a sense of unease and discomfort. It will also impact the character of the area. Installing a 5-metre pole within a conservation is out of character. It neither preserves or enhances our parish and erodes our community character. Lastly, lack of consultation. There was absolutely no consultation with businesses or neighbours to reassure them about these privacy concerns. The introduction of such cameras will have a significant impact on many small businesses, which are key to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, just to pick up on a few points. I think we appreciate that the presence of CCTV and security cameras can incrementally change the character of the area, and that their presence can conversely increase the perception of the risk of crime simply from their presence. But I think equally, we acknowledge that the presence of cameras in a public car park and open space isn't necessarily unexpected, and the presence of the cameras themselves wouldn't be of such demonstrative impact as to change or harm the overall character of the area. In terms of the concerns about privacy, again, I think the cameras clearly generate a perception of overlooking simply from their presence, but the measures set out in the report and the condition to essentially mask areas which don't need to be monitored, i.e. not Jengers Mead in the car parking spaces, that's sufficient to ensure the perception of overlooking doesn't result in any actual loss of privacy. Again, we mentioned it before, but the costs of associated with the parking are not a planning issue because we can't control them. That's something for the landowner to determine. And I think the costs in the car park management aren't necessarily directly linked to the presence of the cameras. They could increase the car parking costs or change the management structure without the cameras being in place. And I don't think the two things can be related. And because we can't control the car park management, I don't think they should be as part of this application. And the final point is just to note that the CCTV footage would be subject to the GDPR restrictions, and any organisation collecting or using the footage would have to meet those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Open this up for debate by the members. Sorry.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Can we please? There was mention of another camera. I don't get any sense for where that actually is and whether or not that's doing a similar job. Can we just sort of point that out somehow?
So the right-hand photo shows the cameras on the side of Atlantic House. And Atlantic House is the kind of left hand of the red line. So you see the 3 cameras on the right, kind of halfway up the building. So the applicant advised that it's a separate system controlled by the post office, and as a separate system, I don't think they can access it in the same way they need to for car park management.
Okay, Councillor Frankland.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused by this, but I think that Faye Algar, I think that's the name, has helped. Is that working? Yes. So the application seems to be to improve efficiency and effectiveness of car park fee collection, which is a reasonable thing to do if you're a car park owner. No, it's working now. Where was I? I'm going to use another one. Yeah. How's that? There's also the argument that this is to reduce crime. And again, the parish councillor has commented that we don't have any records of crime or instances of it. And therefore, I think we have to dismiss that as a consideration here. If there is no crime or it's not reported, then that loses strength in the argument before me. In which case, it reverts to being a commercial argument for this application. I do absolutely understand that technology can now be programmed to eliminate the possibility of peering into people's private properties. I accept that, and I accept that GDPR and good practice could eliminate that. What it can't eliminate, though, is the feeling or perception by residents that they are being watched. Regardless of the technology, which is completely invisible to them, they will still feel and not be convinced that they are being recorded. So I think we have to take that into consideration. Final point, really, just on the Google car park rating, really. I mean, 1 star. I'd love to find a car park that got a 5-star rating. I don't know what they'd have to do, but it does sound like this car park is not particularly popular. I think I'll wrap up there. It sounds I may have come across slightly confused in those points there. Maybe I should just highlight. I'm not convinced by the need to reduce crime in this application. I also think there are probably alternative technology solutions to making the car park more effective through ANPR, which someone else mentioned earlier on. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vickers, and I come to you, Councillor Emery. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. A very quick question for the officers. Precondition, occupation condition, the privacy mask shall be installed in accordance with the approved details and shall be maintained as such thereafter. How do you monitor that they're still being maintained as such?
Yeah, I think if that was a concern, you could add another sentence about making the results available for inspection by officers of the council. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Emery, and I will come to you afterwards, Councillor Trotter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I would highlight that I'm very impressed with Jengers Mead. Last Christmas, I was fortunate enough to have to go and provide an award to Trundle's Bakery for the beautiful window displays they had. So I'm familiar with Jengers Mead, and the bakers is fabulous, as is the butchers. But really, that's not the purpose of speaking. I'm interested in the issue of the technology and the concerns of the residents that the PTZ camera technology is so obtrusive. And I'm mindful whether we accept this application with a condition that an AMPC camera is used in its place, as that would provide a means of enabling revenue control by the applicant, but without the ongoing issues of privacy, because an AMPC only collects number plates. And I can't see any reason whatsoever why a car parking company would need anything other than a number plate and the time in which you entered or exited the car park. So I'm suggesting that we may wish to consider approving this, but subject to a change in the technology, the type of camera that may be used. And secondly, I'm wondering, whilst we have no control over revenue, whether we're permitted to limit the hours in which the camera may be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so we couldn't change the type of camera being sought by the application. The description makes it very clear what type of camera is being sought, and that's what needs to be determined. So whether you think ANPR is more appropriate can't form part of the consideration of the application. Similarly, to control hours of use of the cameras would potentially be quite difficult to enforce, and there had to be a clear reason as to why using cameras at night was, say, more harmful than using them in the day. And I think it'd be quite difficult to quantify harm during certain hours a day, but not others.
Thank you.
Councillor Trollope, then I'll come to Councillor Livingston.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a few allegations, and I can't prove them. But the reality is, and the point I'm making, is that these are allegations that any reasonable person who is
Sorry,
familiar.
Councillor Trott, I'm just going to intervene here. I just want to say that we need to keep to material
This is
planning
it is
considerations.
it will
Okay,
it will
thank
I
you.
will end up in a material planning consideration. I promise. Give me 30 seconds to try to say what I want to say, and I promise you there'll be a material planning consideration.
You need to move to material planning consideration immediately. Thank you.
Okay. People do not trust this owner, and therefore people will not want to use the car park because of the intrusive nature of this, and also what they perceive to be the vindictive nature in which they pursue any unpaid fines. It's a consideration.
No,
it is.
An accusation against the owner of the car park is not material to the decision that we are making.
It is, because there will be a financial impact, because people will not be.
If you pursue, then I'll ask you to keep quiet, okay? This is not material to the decision that we are making. Thank you. You will continue.
Can I just intervene again? I just want to repeat a comment I made earlier today, which is there's no qualified privilege as if we're speaking in Parliament here, and if people make defamatory statements, then obviously they open themselves up to liability, and obviously the council is broadcasting this, so I think that's something to bear in mind.
Thank you. I will find another way of stating it, but I still think I have a valid point to make.
No, Livingston.
Councillor Livingston.
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by the use of PTZ, pan, tilt and zoom, and to use it for monitoring parking and also for looking at crime. These require even an operator to be operating them, or they go on automatic patrol. And invariably, they miss what they should be looking for. Now, a better solution, as mentioned before, would be fixed cameras, looking at a number of fixed cameras on a pole covering the same sort of area. PTZ is not suitable. I'm sure if you go to a CCTV expert, they will concur with what I say. So I would like to move that we reject this, because this is the wrong type of camera application for what they're required to be monitored.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quickly, Councillor Livingstone. Our assessment is not what we would prefer or what we think is better. It is, do we think this is acceptable? And if members don't think it's acceptable, why? And you have to explain in planning terms why it is unacceptable. So that's kind of how our assessment has to go. And what we need to be mindful of, this is a public space where there are already cameras present. Admittedly, these are a different type of camera, and obviously that's the proposal before us. But the fact that it is a public space where some might expect some form of CCTV needs to be borne in mind, but recognise the certain type here. So obviously, if members are concerned, you do need to explain in planning terms why that is. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. I know Jenga's Mead car park quite well. I also know that I find the statement of that there is crime in the area and that there's criminality taking place is difficult. I could understand it from the applicant's point of view that sometimes their parking attendants might be verbally abused, but what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. I find it quite strange that people feel uncomfortable about more because there's already CCTV in the area, quite a lot of it by the post office. So additional surveillance, you could argue, doesn't really add much because it's already there. The interesting point is the applicant states that it only covers the land owned by Jenga's Mead Car Park Holdings Limited. I've not seen from the plans what that land is. And so therefore I can't really form an opinion as to whether this is a good idea or not, because where is Jenkins Mead Car Park Holdings Limited land? It doesn't show. Maybe you have the data.
Well, we've got a picture, but we'll try and find it on a slide that we can we can show you. Bear with us, Councillor Clark.
Okay. Whilst we're trying to find that, Councillor Trott, thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points. I believe that the expression the least intrusive system available was used, and that is in planning legislation somewhere. It's ringing a bell. This doesn't appear to be that, and it just makes me wonder why they would go for this type of camera, which has got to be more expensive, than a normal ANPR system. But hey, and the other point I wanted to come back on was raised in the statement was that that the masks on the system are password controlled by the administrator. Well, okay, lovely, but who's the administrator? And what responsibility they have, what accountability do they have? So they could just disable them and go, well, yes, I'm the administrator. My view is that this is a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and is definitely not the least intrusive system available.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to in a moment, Councillor Trott, but Councillor Vickers had her hand before you.
Sorry, can you explain the ownership?
Yes,
on that,
the red
please?
line area is the application side. Everything else they own is the blue area.
Everything in the blue area is in their ownership. Thank you.
I think if I may, Mr. Chair, come back on that from what was said then is, as the sentence goes, quis custodius ipsos custodius is who's actually monitoring the system and making sure, because that's a huge area. So that's quite an eye-opener. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
So we've got a big blue area there with a small red line thing within it. Is the bit that's under surveillance what's inside the red line?
No, so the red line just identifies the location of the cameras.
Right.
So
it's
defines,
able to look throughout that whole area.
It defines the application site. It doesn't define the extent of the impact.
Councillor Trollope, yes.
Thank you. I won't return to my previous points, but I do have some new points I wish to raise. I did speak to Louisa Hall, who is a Billingshurst warden, and actually I asked her what is the crime like at Jenkins Mead, because I wasn't aware of any of it, and she does state that there isn't any particular. Now I do note that there is a sign, not in the parking area, but where you could put where there's a yellow line that says even being in your car will lead to a fine of £120. It doesn't say the amount, but will lead to a fine. Yeah. So she says, how am I supposed to do my work? Because there's no talk of who is exempted from this. She works for HDC, or perhaps she works for Billingshurst Parish Council. My apologies, but she drives around. She regularly stops. Is she to buy a ticket every time she has to stop? What about ambulance workers? Are they going to have to buy a ticket to stop? I know it's being a bit ridiculous, but again, nothing of this has been stated as to what the exemptions are. I looked at the policy on their display board.
Again,
they don't, but it is. Sorry.
Carry on.
I don't feel like, we don't even know who's excluded from this. Yeah, it is a public area. Yeah, and so the very fact that the neighborhood warden is concerned about how she's going to be able to carry out her job. Yeah, for that not to be a planning consideration, to me would be astounding. Yeah, and surely we must have some common sense being applied to this, that this hasn't, the total impact of this has not been fully assessed, and that there are material impacts to the village should this be gone forward, even beyond the simple what's going to happen to the delivery drivers. And also, I mean, I don't even know how, there is an HTC car park at the very far back. Yeah? So how is the camera going to know that you've actually parked in HTC? I don't know how it's going to work, you know, I don't know. And to me, it just seems intrusive, overbearing, and that surely is a material consideration that we should be able to take in when assessing this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Trollope. I think it is tricky to differentiate what we're saying is planning, what's in material planning ground and what isn't. But there is a difference, and we really do need to be mindful in our decision making, what we should be taken into account and what we shouldn't. Because what we don't want to do is make a decision based on things that aren't material to planning, and therefore our decision can be subject to challenge. So whether something is obtrusive and whether it impacts on amenity is a material planning ground. The whole elements that you talked about there around the management of the car park, who is going to be charged for what, is not material to planning. Now, I recognise there's concerns around, well, the camera might go up and then it will lead to this, but how they manage it, how they charge for it, who can use it, is a privately managed car park that is not within the jurisdiction of planning committee. So we do really, and I know it's tricky, but we do really need to differentiate between the two, because one is relevant and one is not in planning terms. In terms of the comment around the management of the HDC car park, again, that's not material to planning, but we did have a conversation with a parking colleague and that, and well, I know you can answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, so these cameras, they don't work in the same way as ANPR. They don't monitor vehicles entering and exiting the site. They're monitoring use of the parking spaces themselves. So cars entering Jengers Mead to access the HTC car park won't be picked up. So there won't be any conflict between HTC car park and Jengers Mead car park, which I think is why ANPR isn't being proposed with Jengers Mead, because it's not entering and exiting that's being monitored, it's use of the parking spaces themselves.
Thank you.
Okay. And can you answer the specific point about I know you might say it's a management issue, but how do we distinguish between people who would be normally exempt from this? I mean, I think any reasonable person would assume that the neighborhood warden is exempt, but again, that's not stated anywhere.
Well, no, it's a private car park, so HTC can't control what they do with their own land. So, for example, for planning for site visits, we would use HTC car parks rather than private car parks.
What if she has to stop just speak to some teenagers who are? I don't know. Okay, I give up.
Councillor Trollope, you're making an assumption here that they're taking away the paying machines, and there'll be a different way of paying based on the cameras that are being used. So they may have cameras there, but you've still got to go and walk to a machine to pay. Until they move that away, then it's going to be exactly the same it is today, but you've got a camera monitoring the facility, the car park. And I don't know if they're taking those paying machines away. Councillor Blackburn first, and I come to you, Councillor Trott. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn had their hand up first.
Thank you, Chairman. And sorry to labour this point just a little bit, but just for total clarification, even given that there are businesses in that car park, and we don't really have a lot of information from the applicant about how these cameras are going to be used. I mean, they mention crime, for example, but it sounds like there's not a lot of that. Is it possible to get further information regarding what I'm getting at is it a consideration that how they use these cameras with the car parking will have an impact on the local businesses?
No, because we can't control charging hours, cost. It's not really material to the application. So although the cameras are being justified largely because of car park management, we can't link that to costs or fines.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Trott.
Thank you, Chair. Could I propose a motion, please? I would like to propose to reject the application on the grounds that the system proposed is overly intrusive for the nature of the environment and the methodology of the management of the system is unclear.
Thank you, Councillor Trott. I think in terms of being overly intrusive, I think that's a material planning ground, and that is a matter of judgment. I think the difficulty comes with the second element that you've proposed regarding the management, because I think we've had quite widespread discussion around we can't control the management. The management of it doesn't require planning permission. So I think I'd be concerned about that element of the reason for refusal.
Maybe I worded that wrongly, but it's in relation to the intrusive nature of the system because there's no safeguards in place.
Do you mean in relation to those who use the system?
Look, yes, I mean, potentially. There is the potential that all the things that we put in place, the masks or whatever they are, to make this a less environmentally intrusive system, they can be switched off tomorrow and we'd not know. But if it helps to say that it's an overly intrusive system for the nature of the environment, we can put a full stop there and leave it at that.
Could I just say something?
Hold on a minute. I'll come back to you in a minute.
Obviously, it's up to you, Councillor Trott. It's your motion, but I think you've got other elements there, such as data protection. You've got a condition imposed, so I think, you know, I think my recommendation would just be to stick with the first bit. In terms of being overly intrusive, it will be good to understand what you mean by that. In what, you know, assume it's not visually intrusive. Are you talking about in terms of the impact on people's amenity, their perception of overlooking? Are you able just to expand on that point?
What I mean is that this is a residential area, and this is a quite advanced camera system to be in that kind of place where, for all the reasons that the people spoke about earlier, of, you know, in people's gardens and bedrooms and the lady only gym, etc., etc. There's nothing actually. Data stewardship is a phrase that could be used, and we have no idea why is this system being required, and it does seem like a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and that is maybe I'm not expressing it properly, but that's how I would react.
It's the right button that comes on. I'm going to call a 5-minute break, at which you can discuss your motion with the officer. Okay, thank you. So take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We now have the motion proposed by Councillor Trott, and I'll ask the officer to read that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So the motion put forward by Councillor Trott is as follows. To refuse planning permission given the PTZ technology solution that it is considered the proposal is overly intrusive in nature by way of loss of privacy and perceived loss of privacy, contrary to policy 33 of the Horsham District Planning Framework. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Franklin. All of those in favour of this particular motion, please vote. All those against? Okay.
Against.
Right. And any abstentions?
2 abstentions.
Okay. And I note that the local ward member did not vote, as you're not entitled to. Thank you.
Yes, I would have loved to have voted.
Sorry, I didn't ask. Thank you. Sorry. Therefore, the application has been refused. Thank you very much. I'll just wait for the people to leave. Let's go straight to the vote on the next one. Okay, thank you. We move to agenda item number 9, which is TPO/1575. This is All Card Close and surrounding properties in Horsham. Please could the officer make the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. This application relates to land at Allcard Close and surrounding properties, which is subject to a provisional tree preservation order. The order covers 16 trees, a number of which were previously protected under an earlier TPO dating from 1962. So these are some photos of some of the trees. This is T4 and T5 viewed from Timms Close. T7, 8 and 9 again viewed from Timms Close. And 6 trees viewed from Harvesters. Subject to the removal of T15 and T16 from the order, which after review are not considered to be worthy of retention, the remaining trees are considered to be of high amenity value and contribute to the character and visual quality of the area. It is therefore recommended that the TPO be confirmed as set out in the report.
Okay, we have no public speakers on this one, so I'll go straight to debate. Any councillors wishing to comment on this? No? Okay. Oh, just in time, Councillor Croker.
I'll keep it brief, Chair. Having reviewed the report, I'm fully in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good man.
Councillor Emery.
Thank you, Chairman. As the local residents of Holbrook, I visited these trees 2 days ago, and I can vouch for their magnificence. So I fully endorse the recommendation.
Thank you. Therefore, no one wishes to. Councillor Trollope.
I fully support this. I just wish, and sorry to make the statement, but the magnificence of TPOs be applied everywhere when they exist. Notably in Billingshurst, 2 trees with a TPO are at threat. But thank you. I do support this application.
Thank you. Therefore, we will go to the vote, and I note that Councillor Helliwell, you won't be able to vote. The recommendation is that it is recommended that the tree preservation order, Allard Close and surrounding properties in Horsham should be confirmed with amendments whereby trees T15, T16 sycamore shall be omitted from the new order for the reasons listed in paragraph 3.2.1a of the committee report. All those in favour? Councillor Trollope, you can't vote, sorry. Oh, Halliwell, apologies, sorry. Apologies. Right, that was unanimous, I believe, so thank you, and apologies to Councillor Trotter. Okay, moving on to item 10, DC 25 04933 Woodgates Close, Horsham. Could the officer make the presentation?
This application relates to a bungalow on Woodgates Close within the built-up area of Horsham. The application includes two elements. So the first seeks an amendment to a previously approved extension. So the slide on the top shows the previously approved side southern elevation, and as proposed is on the bottom, and the change is essentially the insertion of a new window opening and the conversion of the window to French doors, neither of which raise any concerns. The second part of the scheme relates to open space to the south of the property and the area identified in red on this photo. So this plan shows the original layout with a hedgerow roughly following the side wall of the garage and open grassed area between the hedge and the pavement. This application proposes to enclose this open grassed area with a new 1.8 metre high fence and a new hedge planted between the fence and the pavement. And on this, members' attention is drawn to paragraph 1.2 of the report, where a decimal point is unfortunately missing from the height of the fence. It is considered due to the layout and boundary treatments of adjoining properties, the proposal would not result in any harmful loss of open space, with the new hedge helping to soften the appearance of the fence line and being secured by condition. The impacts of the proposal are therefore considered acceptable, with approval recommended as set out in the report.
Okay, thank you. We have one public speaker, Adrian Phillips. I'm inclined to say you can take as long as you wish because you've been patiently waiting, but unfortunately you have only 3 minutes. Thank you.
I will take little time, thank you. There's nothing here that's new that's not already in the report, but I did think it important for myself to put some things across with some clarity in my own words, so I'll make it as quick as I can. But a little bit on the boundary history of the old hedge. The rear garden of the property, as you saw, runs parallel to the adjacent highway and pavement. Since the property's construction in 1967, it has never had a solid boundary. It has only ever had the hedge, which provided minimal security and limited privacy. Over the past 7 years before our purchase, the property was tenanted and the hedge and garden areas have become significantly overgrown. The vegetation encroaching into the structure of the building fabric at one end of the property. The existing hedge has now been removed for two key reasons. One, to enable the proposed extension to the property, which is underway, and following a drainage survey, it was confirmed that the hedge roots were causing damage to the main sewer line, raising a real risk of collapse if left in place. This issue was identified approximately halfway along the original hedgerow. So that basically leaves us without a boundary. Our proposal, we are in the process of developing this property as our future retirement home. Outdoor space is vital to our well-being, and we are keen to create a garden that can be used for general recreation, potential veg patch, etc., and all the things that you love to do in your retirement. As part of this vision, we propose to realign the rear boundary slightly, which would allow us to replace the original 10-metre hedge with a substantially longer length of mature hedging between 20 and 26 metres, and then erect the secure fencing directly behind the new hedge line, providing the privacy and security that we believe all homeowners are entitled to enjoy in their rear gardens. The proposed fence would be set at approximately 1.5 metres back from the pavement, leaving a buffer strip of around 40 square metres between the highway and the new boundary line. If the boundary cannot be realigned as proposed, we will be unable to replace the hedge due to the proximity of the main sewer and would be forced to rely solely on fencing for security and privacy, something we feel does not meet the aesthetic or the environmental qualities that we wish to maintain. In discussion with our neighbours, we have had nothing but support for our proposal, with a general view that it would be nice to see it kept in good order. Finally, we would like to noted that we have provided evidence of at least 4 other boundary moves that have been precedented over recent years, and our ask is only to follow what has already been done by other residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll open debate to members. Do any members wish to comment on this? Just in time again, Mr. Croker. Councillor Croker, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This resonates with me for 2 reasons. One is I recently had to have a sewer pipe relined, so I'm well aware of the effect of true roots can have on such things. But the second is I live in a close that has essentially an open plan aspect. So I'm not entirely comfortable with the how can I put it, the level of movement of fencing, hedging, whatever, towards the property boundaries. However, I think having had a look around the area and seeing the applicants' other examples, I'm probably inclined to support it, but I have some reservations. Thank you. I'll be interested to hear what other members say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wish to make a comment? No? Do you want to come back on anything? No? Okay, we will there go to the vote. The recommendation is to approve planning permission subject to the appropriate conditions as noted in the committee report. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, therefore the planning application has been approved, and thank you for your patience. Okay, I'd like to thank, it's been a very long evening, and I'd like to thank the officers and members for their guidance and contribution this evening, and wish you all a safe journey home. And at 21:21, I bring the meeting of the Planning Committee to a close. Thank you very much. Well done, then.